Känner jättebra. Super. Oh, kör vi då. Well, good morning, everyone. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Bifrost Summit 2023. It is a great honor to be here and kicking off today's one-day conference, focusing on some of the most pressing issues of our time within energy, mobility, AI, and data. So as we gather here today, it is clear that we are facing some significant challenges when it comes to these issues. The demand for energy is growing, and we need ways to meet that growth sustainably. Mobility is more critical than ever, and we need ways to make it more safe, efficient, and environmentally friendly. And AI and data is, of course, transforming every single industry, and we need ways to navigate through the new challenges and opportunities. So throughout today, we will hear from some inspirational speakers, experts, scale-ups, and large corporations who will all share their thoughts on the global and the US market within energy, mobility, and AI and data. So we are thrilled to have both a Nobel laureate on our agenda today, Professor Stephen Chu, as well as a high-level discussion between the President of Finland and the Lieutenant Governor of California. Sorry, I forgot the pointer. So we do have a great video to show as well. It's nice, isn't it? Give it a warm applause. Well, so we also have, that's me. But yeah, we have 26 great partners that have contributed to making this event possible. Your support, engagement, and commitment to innovation and entrepreneurship has been invaluable, and we are grateful for your partnership. But we also have 23 selected companies from the Nordic countries and Estonia who will give a one-minute pitch showcasing the incredible innovation happening in this region. So today's presentation will help us give a better understanding of the challenges that we're facing and opportunities that lie ahead. We will explore innovative solutions and best practices from around the world. But more than that, this summit is an opportunity for us to come together, share our ideas, and forge new partnerships. So I ask you to attend this summit with an open mind and a collaborative spirit. Let us engage in meaningful discussions, ask tough questions, and challenge ourselves to think differently. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to introduce Dylan James, Vice President of NASDAQ San Francisco Bay Area. And Dylan has been a driving force behind NASDAQ's commitment to innovation, entrepreneurship in the Bay Area, and we are grateful to have him with us today. So thank you. Dylan.
Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. How's everybody doing? All right. Did y'all enjoy the concrete hallway? I mean, how's that? A little postmodern design, and everybody's probably going, is this a haunted house? No, it's just a hallway. But welcome. And it's nice to be flanked by my pre-pandemic self. So prior to the pandemic, no glasses, no beard, and here I am now. So anyways, on behalf of over 5,000 employees in 28 countries, welcome to NASDAQ. This is our Western region and California home, and it's also the home of the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center. So what's interesting about the journey that you all are embarking today and where you are, it's such an interesting location for us. So many of you in the room will be familiar with the work that we do in Sweden, in Denmark, in Finland, and in Iceland, and what a core piece of the NASDAQ puzzle that is to who we are. Many of you might also be familiar that we're an American exchange that is in business right now. So we have a partnership going on with thousands of companies, and trading is happening. And the great thing is that I don't have to be a part of that. It's just happening. But then also too, the brands that are associated and intertwined with NASDAQ actually sit here in the Western region, some of the biggest brands. And so 4 floors above me, we have over 100 employees that are dedicated to taking care of those companies in the West that are looking to take the next companies in the Western region public. And we even have a private market team that's helping them with tools and resources that they need ahead of time. So that's a little bit about what we are doing as a business. But in addition to that, let me tell you about the center, and this is where I need my note cards. So the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center, this space was built in 2014. It runs as a separate nonprofit from NASDAQ, and it's built around some really wonderful and great partners. And programs exist not only live in this space, but then also in the online environment. And it kind of dedicated to nonprofits, corporations, universities, and capital allocators to celebrate and support underrepresented entrepreneurs. And so again, we're offering free education and research that identifies the solutions to equitable entrepreneurship. There is a really great program that's been run 16 times out of the Entrepreneurial Center over 12 weeks, and it's called Milestone Makers. And so, I mean, again, this is something that the entrepreneurs don't pay to participate in, but they go through a series of classes and a certification process. The space is also unique in that we probably a dozen times during the course of the year, you know, we open the market twice a day. So we do an opening bell and a closing bell, and we do quite a bit of celebration out of this room. And behind this pillar, there actually sits a real NASDAQ podium, and we bring it out, and these screens talk two-way to New York, and we do opening and closing bell ceremonies on behalf of our companies. So I would love to give a shout out to some of the partners that are involved in the center, and that includes Lehigh University, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, California Small Business Association, California Junior College Association, and there's many, many more. You can find tons of information, and if you're interested in the classes that are offered, there's a great website for that. But once again, thank you so much for being here and spending a portion of your time with us. And can I just say, as a native Californian, I am so glad it's not raining. We have just had this mix of a spin cycle of weather. And so yesterday we had wind, we had rain, we had hail. And I was like, oh my gosh, but today I commute every day across the Golden Gate Bridge, which is kind of crazy. And you had just this beautiful San Francisco skyline morning, clouds looking like cotton candy. And I was so excited and happy for all of you. So have a wonderful day. Thank you for having me. Take care.
Well, great. Thank you, Dylan. And on the topic of NASDAQ, we do have a treat for all the partners and the companies, the 23 selected. All of your logos are up on the NASDAQ billboard on Times Square. Yeah. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our next speaker. Nina Egeli, Head of Program and Senior Innovation Advisor at Nordic Innovation. Nina has an extensive experience in driving innovation and growth in the Nordic region, and she has been instrumental in supporting Nordic companies in their effort to expand globally. With a background in economics and international business, Nina brings a unique perspective of challenges facing the Nordic innovation ecosystem. So please help me and welcome Nina. Good.
Thank you, Marcus, and thank you so much for inviting Nordic Innovation to be part of the welcoming session. And good morning, everyone. It's great to be here to talk about Nordic sustainability, a joint Nordic vision, and to strengthen partnerships across the Atlantic. Our Nordic agenda is a global agenda, but our approach might be different. Sharing is key, and working together is, of course, vital in achieving the complex changes we need to undergo in the green transition. The governments of the Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden, have agreed on a joint vision, namely that the Nordic region should become the most integrated and sustainable region in the world by 2030. The Nordic vision builds on 3 pillars: a green, a competitive, and a socially sustainable Nordic region, thus reflecting and balancing all the important aspects of sustainability. In this perspective, the green economy is based on innovation, creates jobs, and ensures competitiveness. Nordic Innovation is an intergovernmental organization under the Nordic Council of Ministers, and we play an important role in achieving the joint vision. What we do is to convert political visions into action. We work towards the Nordic Vision 2030 through 3 innovation missions: a waste-free Nordic region, the Nordic region as pioneering in green mobility, and also for smart and sustainable growth. Nordic Innovation connect companies, public and private stakeholders, innovation ecosystems, and other key players in joint innovation and coordinated action across borders. Often we see that the industry is leading the way in these initiatives. As a Bifrost partner, we are represented here with no less than 3 innovation programs: mobility, AI and data, and diversity. All are core Nordic priorities. By coupling ethical AI and responsible use of data with sustainability, we seek to enable the twin transition. The role of data and technology is crucial also in speeding up the transition to smart and sustainable mobility. We aim for decarbonized, connected, and integrated mobility, and mobility that is more seamless, flexible, and accessible. In this transformation to new mobility and new mobility systems, we seek to create impact for people, for business, and for society. The ultimate goal is, of course, better lives on a healthy planet. In our Nordic approach, we aim to link political goals and priorities with industry-level innovation, and by placing people on center stage. The Nordic Task Force for Diversity focuses on promoting diversity in the innovation ecosystem. This because diversity is key to unlocking the full potential for value creation and sustainable economic growth. By creating a more diverse, inclusive, and cross-border innovation ecosystem, we can tap into a wider pool of talent, ideas, and resources. The aim is to leverage the full innovation potential of all members of our society to create a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable future for all. Systems change is needed, and this requires collaboration across borders, across all levels of our societies, across industries and value chains. It requires involvement by all of us. This is what we aim for in our joint mobility program and also in other initiatives. In the Nordics, we hope to do more than our share and to act with more speed by building on the trust-based culture and the openness of the region, with access to clean energy, a population of early adopters, and traditions for co-creation. Under the Nordic vision and in partnerships, companies, industries, and governments work towards the same goals. Collaboration is a powerful tool. More can be achieved faster and with more impact. Collaboration, public-private partnerships are also about ensuring quality, resilience, sharing risk, and creating markets for sustainable solutions. The added value for collaboration takes many forms. In our Vision 2030, job and value creation, developing new business models and partnerships are at the very core. The Nordics are building strong innovation partnerships at home, believing that those partnerships will make us a more attractive and valuable contributor in an international setting. Stronger together is true not only for the small countries of the Nordic region. We need to look beyond. Our Nordic ambitions can only be realized if we manage to establish also strong international partnerships, which is why we are here this week. Becoming the world's most integrated and sustainable region by the end of the decade is ambitious, but we have taken on the challenge. All of you are more than welcome to join in, as joint innovation and collaboration is most certainly the key to a sustainable future. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Nina. And some of you might have caught a sneak peek of what's going to come slightly in our agenda. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, so our next speaker. I must admit, we did have some trouble deciding on what title to set for our next speaker, because he is a Nobel laureate in physics and a renowned expert in energy and climate change. He has served as the United Secretary of Energy under the President Barack Obama administration and played a key role in developing the country's clean energy strategy. He has been a leading voice in the global effort to combat climate change and has continued to be an influential figure in the energy and sustainability sector. So throughout his career, he has been a champion of science and innovation, and he has worked tirelessly to bridge the gap between science and policy. He has received numerous awards and honors for his work, including the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1997. So today, he will share some of his insights that I believe promises to be both informative and inspiring, and we are honored to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me giving a warm welcome to Professor Stephen Hsu.
Thank you very much. This is called Appearing Just in Time. I hope the organizers didn't get a heart attack. So let me begin. Before I actually talk about some of the challenges and opportunities, I want to remind you that getting to zero greenhouse gas emissions is easy to say, very, very hard to do, because it means the elimination of all emissions from the way we produce steel, concrete, plastics, chemicals, textiles. It means removing all the greenhouse gas emissions from the entire food supply chain. And it means that we really have to change fundamental habits. In the last decades, we've gotten into a mentality we use once, we throw away. This is not just paper bags or plastic bags, but I mean non-repairable appliances, home business furnishings. And it means that we should think reuse, not recycle. Grinding up a glass and making it into a new bottle is not the way to go. I'm old enough to remember Coca-Cola bottles that got cleaned out and used again and again and again. And fundamentally, that means we have to do the same with our buildings. We can build buildings that last hundreds of years, even wooden buildings, but we don't. We build buildings that last 50 years, tear them down, and build a new one because it promotes GDP. And so we need to redefine what we mean by wealth of a nation. Good news, the cost of fossil fuel has plummeted cost of renewable energy has plummeted compared to the cost of fossil fuel. And here I show concentrated solar, offshore wind, solar photovoltaic, and onshore wind. They're getting to be below the price of fossil fuels. I also note that hydropower costs have doubled since 2010, primarily due to oppositional politics. But it's actually, this is good news, but it's not as good as it sounds, because the full cost of renewable energy also includes all the backup stuff we need when the sun doesn't shine, the wind doesn't blow. And so that means backup generating capacity, energy storage, enhanced transmission and distribution systems. All right. So as we go to electrification, there are other things. We have to manage these intermittent generations. These are inherently less stable sources. And as we begin to load up transportation, industrial processes, home heating, cooking, we get more dependent on electricity. And getting more dependent on electricity means we lose some of the resiliency of having different sources of energy. Just imagine in your home, if you had electrical heating versus gas heating and there's a blackout, at least you won't freeze to death, or you can still cook. So this is something we have to be aware of. And a little bit to remind you of the crazy way we distribute electrical power in the United States. It's a hodgepodge of many, many things. And so we have both vertically integrated utilities that are responsible for everything. But we also, for example, here in California, in Northern California, PG&E is a utility company, but it's a private utility company, stockholder owned, which has a monopoly in this district, but they are regulated, of course. But there are many generators that are not utility companies. They just make power, and they sell them on the open market. And so the United States has developed a method of figuring out how to use market forces to lower the cost of electricity. And in so doing, they've figured out other things. There's acronyms like ISOs or RTOs. They stand for Independent System Operators or Regional Transmission Operators. That's responsible for the distribution of electricity. Also, if you have an open market, you're allowed to bid for energy. All this is regulated by FERC, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So we have all these systems. And in California, there's a CA ISO, which manages the flow of electricity. And I took this quote, I thought it was very cute. It says, it's a competitive wholesale electrical marketplace that has been described as a hybrid of the New York Stock Exchange and NASA's mission control. You can figure out what that means. It's a very high-tech thing, and what it does is it allows people to do bidding. Most of the electricity bidding is next-day bidding, 95% in these open markets. And because of that, it allows you to have spare capacity where you only expect to turn it on 5 or 10% of the time. Because when you have open day bidding, it looks like there's going to be a heat wave. You're allowed to charge what the physicists call the short hair price. What's the short hair price? When they got you by the short hairs, you pay what they ask. Okay? And so the wholesale price of electricity, instead of being 8 cents a kilowatt hour, it could be $5 a kilowatt hour. Okay? And has gone that high. So therefore, a generation can justify its existence even if it's only on 5% of the time. We have crazy things, both the interconnection networks, and this is in the upper left-hand corner, are these wholesale electrical markets in these various colors. And so the red is California, Cal ISO. As I said, it's responsible for self-regulation. All right, the most crucial thing as we go to more renewable sources of energy is energy storage. How much energy storage do we need to get 80% of the US onto renewables, wind, solar, hydro, and other things? And it doesn't sound like much. You only need 3 days of energy storage to get to 80%, averaged year round. But 3 days is more than it sounds. This is 3 days of running off of any sort of energy storage, for example, a battery. And what that means is if it wants to be competitive with natural gas peaking plants, the cost has to drop by about a factor of 10 to 20 from what it is today. And the amount of battery storage we will need will have to increase by about a factor of 2,000. We will not drop by a factor of 10 to 20 in the next 20 or 30 years. We will drop by a factor of 2, maybe 3. due to economies of scale, but we need a breakthrough. Okay, so what's the breakthrough? Here's the breakthrough. This is my picture of my favorite battery. Let me explain how it works. When the wind blows, the sun shines, you use it to do the energy you need to do, for example, pump water out of the ground for irrigation. Lifting water up a height is the predominant form of energy storage around the world. 95% of all energy storage today is pumped hydro. Where is it mostly? Well, it's mostly in China and the United States, followed by, believe it or not, Japan. And the United States has very recently recognized that pumped hydro has to be part of the energy storage solution, and therefore FERC has licensed 27 additional pumped hydro sites. That means if you have a dam, an existing dam, you put a little pond below it, maybe 0.01% of the reservoir, or even less, just enough to store a few days, 3 days, 5 days, no more than a week of power. When you have excess wind or solar, you just pump the water back up the hill. And so if all goes well, we can maybe produce up to 40 gigawatts of power. And there's power and energy. So this is power, energy scales. What is China doing? It's right now got 36 gigawatts of pumped hydro power. And it wants to have a total of 270 gigawatts by 2025. So where is it? Well, it's kind of off the scale because the China upper bar is 36.8, and so you multiply by about 7, okay? Because China realizes this is the cheapest battery, and they have a lot of hydro in China. Other forms of energy storage, hydrogen. There are various colors of hydrogen. Right now, our hydrogen comes from what we call methane. It's called gray hydrogen because you convert methane into hydrogen and CO2, and you vent the CO2. So when you burn hydrogen, you're not actually saving on CO2. You are saving on local pollutants for sure, but not CO2. There's a different color hydrogen, blue hydrogen. You take the same natural gas, you convert it to methane, but you try to store the methane permanently. And finally, there's green hydrogen, which is made from clean sources of energy. What are the issues about hydrogen before it becomes widely deployed? Well, the electrolyzers have to be much cheaper, 2-fold, 3-fold cheaper. Hydrogen is very leaky. It comes out of metal pipes quite easily. It makes metal, standard steels brittle. And so, but that has a technical solution if you're going to replace it with steel and polymer lined pipes. But the problem is hydrogen detection is very hard. It's called a mass spec. You ionize the atom in a high vacuum, and you energize it and put it in a magnetic field. And that's a very costly means of detection. Unlike natural gas, which now with lasers and remote sensing, you can figure out where natural gas is leaking. And since the remote sensing occurred, we found out that the oil and gas industry's methane leaks are somewhere between 2 and 10, higher than they said, by just looking at what how they're leaking and when they're setting up their wells. So you can imagine the same in hydrogen. If you don't have remote sensing, we have a problem. You can't tell where it's leaking. Finally, if studies have shown that if hydrogen leaks in the atmosphere, and there's enough of it, as there will be if you have a hydrogen pipeline, it will stabilize methane in the atmosphere, which is about 80 times worse greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So that's also very bad. So you cannot have hydrogen leaks. Hence, for the near-term future, no hydrogen pipelines until we can figure out a way of detecting. The good news is hydrogen can decarbonize a lot of things, steels, chemicals, plastics, fertilizer, aviation fuel. But there's about a factor of 4 price difference. You need to get within a factor of 2 for sure, and so you need incentives. So the object is, in the long run, you take CO2 and water, the products of combustion, and you use carbon-free energy, and you move uphill to start to make hydrogen CO, which finally you can make liquid hydrocarbons, okay, for sustainable aviation fuel. But we won't need a choice between energy. We'll need some energy on demand, even if we have all the pumped hydro, and because we're shooting for pumped hydro that give us 3 or 5 day storage, not yearly storage for the entire United States. So our choices will be natural gas or nuclear power. You've heard a lot of noise about fusion, and the time before fusion can be commercially deployed, in my estimation, but also in the estimation of the physicists who made it work, was sometime between 25 years and never. So don't hold your breath. I mean commercial, not a scientific experiment, commercial. Okay, so what about fission? These are the death rates due to electricity production for coal, oil, biomass, gas, hydropower. Where's nuclear? Nuclear's down here. It's 1,000 times safer than coal and 100 times safer than burning biomass, like wood pellets, because of the particulate matter and the things, combustion products. So nuclear is actually safer than wind because some people fall off the wind towers. But it doesn't matter. Wind, nuclear, solar are roughly 1,000 times safer than coal and 100 times safer than biomass. So that's where we are. We just have to get over the fear. But the other thing we have to do is learn how to build them on budget, on time. We've forgotten how to do that. If we can't, it has no hope. Finally, batteries. That green dot is where the Tesla S1 battery is today. The projections are within 10, 15 years, the batteries will be here. And so we're looking for a twofold increase in the energy density, another twofold decrease in the price. That's important. And already manufacturers are beginning to market cars that can go 300 miles, but 150 miles in 8 minutes charging time, 12 minutes charging time. So these are being tested now in OEMs. Electrification is moving along very rapidly, in part because of the pollution issues having to do with internal combustion cars. And so that's the global annual sales on the left and the fleet change on the right. There's about a 15-year lag because it takes about 15 years for internal combustion engine car to get off the market. Okay, so what are the issues having to do with EVs? What about the materials? And so this is taken from a New York Times article, and I single out cobalt, where the metals are produced. Cobalt largely in Congo, and that's cobalt. There's lithium, and there's copper. Cobalt is too rare, and so is nickel. And so we're not going to see EV batteries with cobalt, and already they're transitioning away from that. But copper and lithium could potentially be a problem. Copper use is expected to double in 30 years, and where's it going to come from? You can solve the problem in many ways. You can increase mining, prospecting, and things like that, but you can also double the voltage in a car. And already manufacturers are beginning to do this. If you go from 400 to 800 volts, use a quarter of the copper. Google has very energy efficient data centers. The voltage in the data center, just before it goes onto the card that runs the chips, is many kilovolts, just to save on copper. And then just at the very last minute, they downgraded it to 15 volts DC. And so this is something, unfortunately, we have 110 volts in our buildings. That's not going to change, but within the infrastructure of building, you can make it 10 kilovolts, 5 kilovolts, to save on future copper. What about lithium? Turns out lithium is about abundant in the Earth's crust as nitrogen. It's dilute, and it's hard to get out. And so people are working on ways of mining lithium from seawater that are completely non-polluting. This is Chung Lu, who's now an assistant professor at the University of Chicago, continuing this work that she started when she was a postdoc working for me in each way. My group was also looking at better methods of doing this as well. So I think this is a when, not if. We will be able to get lithium out of seawater economically and non-polluting. But copper is a problem. There is a forecast of peak copper. Well, this is not going to happen because you know what happened to peak oil. What happened is people got better at finding the oil, and people got better at extending its use. The same will be true of copper, and going to higher voltage will also help. Okay, so agriculture. This is the big deal. And so we'll need a fourth agricultural revolution. The greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural sector proportion is increasing every year. Most of the contributions are due to methane and nitrous oxide, and you see the emissions from agriculture in the lower graph. They've added 2.5 gigatons per year. The denominator is about 50 gigatons equivalent each year of all the greenhouse gases, including CO2, but this is increasing more rapidly. And so where does it come from? In terms of methane, well, it used to be about half the methane used to be from agriculture, fertilizer, burping of cows, other things, and also food waste. Probably a quarter now because of the increase in oil, gas supply chains of methane. And agriculture and N2O, which is 115 times worse than CO2, it's dominated maybe 75, 80% by agriculture. You probably heard that each meat and vegetables and grains have different carbon footprints. Beef leads the pack up there. If you still like meat, you can try eating a little bit more fish or cheese or pig, maybe 4 or 5 times less carbon footprint than beef. Especially if you don't want to go to a full diet of tofu. If these are annual emissions of CO2 around the world, China leads the pack. It's a little out of date, but it's now more than the EU 28 and the United States combined. But if you put beef and dairy cows on the same, we're a country, it would be more than either the United States or the EU, just beef and dairy cows. What to do about it? Well, there's a new field called synthetic biology where you can train plants to be more drought resistant, heat resistant, because it's predicted that wildfire damage and food supply instabilities due to heat stresses, lack of water, are going to be projected depending on where we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 degrees. Purple is bad. Red is not so good either. We're heading towards 3.5 degrees, by the way, not 1 or 1.5 degrees, 1.5 degrees or 2. We passed the 1.5 degree mark in a decade. And the emissions are above the UN if you agree to the UN IPC agreements. It's already above that as the world bounces back. We got to get rid of fertilizer. But if you get rid of fertilizer, you can't feed a world of 8 billion going to 11 billion. It's impossible. So what people are now beginning to do is developing microbes that plant with the major grains. The microbes exist in the water of the root boundary between the roots and the soils. They make fertilizer from the nitrogen that comes in the air, goes into the soil. But since they're right at the rootstock, the plant uses all of it. And so this company, Pivot Bio, has replaced half the fertilizer in corn on some of the ground, but not all of the ground. We need to replace all the fertilizer, or 90%, in all the major grains. And so let me just say, in conclusion, we've got, since we're going to go to 550, maybe 600 parts per million CO2, we've got to get it out of the atmosphere. The best way, in my opinion, of getting it out of the atmosphere is to use solar-powered carbon capture called agricultural plants. And they actually capture 30 gigatons worldwide, including the grasses we plant for animal feed, out of a total human emissions of 40 plus 12. So it's 52 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. But half of that, more than half, is actually captured in plants we plant for food. So we eat the food, but we throw away most of the plant. So if you can figure out how to turn that into something sterile that doesn't turn into CO2 or methane, dry it out, compact it into pellet form, it only has to be pellet, and you use a bulldozer to bury it, it's no more than the usual garbage landfill we have to get 10 gigatons. So no carbon capture process we're experimenting with today goes even to 10 megatons. Okay, so that's where we are, and indeed we can actually grow plants that do a much better job of just capturing CO2. With that, I'm 2 minutes over, so I'll stop. I don't know if there are any questions, but
All right. Thank you so much. We are moving on with our next agenda, the next point on our agenda. And it's going to be a fun one. It's going to go fast. It's a 1-minute pitch. So I would like to invite Epishine on stage.
I use this mic? Yeah. So, hi, I'm Daniel Westling from Epishine, and I want to tell you that the future within electronics is now here, and it's powered by light. Indoor solar cells provide a sustainable and cost-efficient source of energy that will disrupt the industry. The organic solar cells, indoor solar cells from Epishine has a world-leading performance, and when put in a product, will remove the negative environmental impact and the maintenance cost of disposable batteries. We have today 4 customers in serious production and working with 40 more for product developments that will be released in the coming months. There's a huge digitalization going on in the society, and it requires sustainable energy sources. So I'm happy to tell you that there is investment possibilities within Epishine if you would like to join our journey. And if you would like to know more, we have a demo table at the lunch session. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Icewind.
Thank you. If you want, sure, this works. Okay. Every 5th mobile phone tower or cell phone tower around the world runs off diesel generators because they don't have access or connection to the electrical utility grid. Icewind produces industrial-grade wind turbines that, when applied to these sites, can actually decrease the operational expenses by up to 50% every single month. No longer do you have to worry about headaches of resupplying or refueling these generators. At Icewind, we cut costs out of thin air. Our turbines are patented and designed for volume manufacturing, for logistics, and ease of installation. And we have proven performance in the world's worst weather conditions. Ice and snow, obviously, but also Category 5 hurricane winds, 150 miles an hour, 70 meters per second plus. We expect to be first market movers in critical infrastructure, telecommunications, and other adjacent markets. We're here to seek investors so we can actually get these products into the hands of our customers and go in through volume manufacturing. So if you're interested in real renewable hardware, I'd love to speak with you later.
Thank you, thank you. And next up, we have Likey Power. Oh, sorry.
Good morning. So top-tier energy companies across the globe are already using our systems to manage outage risks on high-voltage power lines due to extreme weather events like icing and wildfire. Why? Because we have a patented power harvesting technology that enables us to get usable power from a high-voltage line to energize power-intensive devices like onboard computers and wind sensors and cameras. Now, we're applying this same technology to build a drone charging station for high-voltage power lines to enable fully autonomous grid inspections and give drones unlimited range. My name is Osvaldur from Likey Power. If you're an investor or grid operator interested in grid resiliency and the health of the grid, I'd love to meet you afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mincy Materials.
Do you know what your mobile phone, energy-efficient window glass, and some solar cells have in common? To function, they all rely on ultra-thin layers of materials that are transparent, so-called thin films. The problems with these thin films today is that they have hit performance limits. And in order to make them better, more and more precious and rare earth materials are required. This is why we at MIMSI Materials are designing a platform technology to systematically create a new class of such transparent thin films. We have a collaboration with Materion, the world-leading manufacturer of advanced materials, and we're working with several major players in the space of window glass, solar cells, and also VR headsets. We're looking to connect with investors and experts, specifically in the space of solar cells and VR headsets, to take these opportunities further. So if you'd like to, come have a chat with me. My name is Tabea, and I'll be out at our demo table. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Power Up. There you go.
So there's 500,000 pharmacies and the smaller clinics, as well as 1.5 million telecommunication towers, which urgently need new generation electric generators. New generation electric generators need to be silent. They need to be also zero emission. They need to be usable indoors. But most importantly, they need to be reliable and safe. Good news is that we at PowerUp, we have developed hydrogen technology which is enabling all these features. Today we are already selling and producing these electric generators and delivering to the telecommunication industry, to the pharmacies, and to the medical clinics. But we also need to scale up the production, obviously. So we're looking for the funds, and if you want to learn more about our generators, come and look us up from the table in the lobby. Thanks.
Thank you. And give it up for Roxol. Thank you.
Thank you. Industrial liquids processing is very difficult and actually inefficient. Why is that? Operators and plants, they lack insights and they operate with many faulty devices, causing run to failures, a massive amount, and also excess emissions. At Roxol, we have a solution to that. With our patented electrical tomography, combining data analytics with process control, we provide our international customers with emulsion bands, level interfaces, solid deposits in real time. Our top 5 customers have a revenue potential of more than $11 million next years. And also, we provide a pathway to improved operational excellence as well as decarbonization. We're looking at strategic partners to commercialize in various verticals and also opening a $5 million investment round. I'm Mika. Thank you.
Right on time. Thank you. Roofed Solar. Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today, I want to leave you with 3 messages. Message number 1. Roofed Solar is producing beautiful solar roofs. It's something similar what Tesla is doing, but we are better in terms of efficiency, cost, and scalability. Okay, message number 2. We are successful in Europe. We have sold our roofs to 18 different countries, and last year we made a revenue of $4 million in Europe. And now, message number 3. We can be successful also in US. We get most of our end customer leads actually from US because Tesla is educating the market. And we can benefit from that. We can use this hype and ride the wave of Tesla and launch our company here in 2024. And I'm also at the demo desk available later on. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have Sally R.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frederick from Sauli. We're a Swedish prop tech startup. And did you know that buildings, they represent 40% of the world's energy consumption? And Saliar provides these cloud-based solutions for retrofitting intelligence into existing buildings. So we connect ventilation systems and heating and cooling systems, and we're able to reduce the energy demand by 50% in these systems without interfering with indoor air quality. So we're securing indoor air quality and at the same time saving substantial amounts of energy. And we've been doing this with commercial real estate companies over in Sweden and Scandinavia, and now we're expanding into the UK and now into the US as well. So look me up afterwards, and I'll even tell you the story of why we're called Saliar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for our last pitching company, Snurpa Power.
Snurpa Power has 3 industrial pilot partners, including a Rio Tinto aluminium smelter and data center operators. And with our solution, they get a 360-degree platform that automatically schedules their load to minimize any deviations, and they can act as virtual power plants by participating in grid balancing to avoid blackouts. Our solution lowers the user's electricity cost and minimizes operational risk. This reduces the need to have expensive power plants on standby. The founders of Snurpa Power have expert knowledge in industrial operation and load control, electricity grids market and regulation, giving us a unique market insight. We will speed up the energy transition that is vital for the world to survive. Please come and meet me during lunch, and I will show you the product. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, great. That was our first batch of pitching companies for today. And now we are moving in to our first session. The first session is focusing on energy security and resilience. And this session will explore the challenges and opportunities facing the energy sector and how innovative companies can help addressing these challenges. The importance of energy security and resilience cannot be overstated. Our society are dependent on reliable and affordable energy. And disruption to the energy supply can have far-reaching consequences. The energy sector is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and the transition to clean energy is essential for achieving our climate goals. So we have an exciting lineup of speakers and panelists representing a diverse range of perspectives and experiences. We will hear from policymakers, companies, investors, all of whom are working towards a more secure and sustainable energy future. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our first keynote speaker, our second keynote speaker for today, Amit Narayan. Yeah, it's supposed to be pushing. Yeah. Okay, and push it once again. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Ready? No, it's supposed to be. Wait, I'm asking my technical colleague. How do I play that again? We're just taking a commercial break. We'll be right back. Well, while we're waiting for the video, I can just tell you maybe a little bit about Amit. Amit is the founder of AutoGrid, a company that has been in the forefront of the energy transition, developing innovative solutions.
We pay to eat, to drink, for a place to live, but the air we breathe is free, right? Well, it has also been free for dirty power plants to compromise our clean air with toxic emissions. But more and more these days, people are taking notice and doing their part to change that. You can power the grid with your electric car, your smart thermostat, your roof, your energy storage, your power. With AutoGrid's virtual power plants, every action we take keeps those dirty power plants off, which also saves a lot of money. And that's why we have a growing list of energy providers who see this just making financial sense. So take a breath of that fresh, free air. Let's connect all our energy assets into one giant virtual power plant. AutoGrid. Breathe easier. Take your power back.
Good morning, everyone. And I'm really excited to be here. This video, sorry for the initial hiccup with this, but it's one of my favorite videos because it reminds me of the journey and the inspiration behind that journey that I've had with AutoGrid. See, when my son was just 5 years old, he was very sensitive about the environment, and he somehow learned that trees give out oxygen that you need to breathe. And he would get very emotional anytime he would hear news of fires, burning forests, or somebody cutting the tree. And that really got me thinking about the impact of human action on our climate. And so that's the beginning of the journey. As I started thinking about the energy system, the irony of fighting climate change really dawned on me. If you see how we are now finding extreme weather events, which are really caused by emission from fossil fuel plants. And if we now want to decarbonize our society by replacing these fossil fuel plants by renewables, in the short term, due to intermittency of renewables, you actually end up increasing the volatility of the system. And now to deal with this volatility, if we have to build backup generators which are powered by fossil fuels, then you actually defeat the whole purpose of deploying wind and solar in the first place. So when I started looking at this problem, I thought that we need to really rethink the electricity grid, which makes the energy systems and decarbonization possible. And that's when I had my big sort of aha movement. You see, I was not in the power systems before. I was working in semiconductor industry, and we were designing these tiny chips which power your everyday electronic devices like your cell phone. When the first iPhone came out, I recall 8 of the 10 chips that were there in the first iPhone were designed using the software that my team had written. And even though these chips have nothing in common with power systems, if you look at the scale, it just turns out that signals have to run at such high frequencies, such high speeds on these chips, that every small metal wire in these chips starts behaving as a transmission line. And so that was exciting for me because to keep up with Moore's law growth over the last 40 years, we have been perfecting the algorithms, the optimization techniques that can squeeze every last bit of performance out of these semiconductor chips. And I thought maybe because the laws of physics don't change, we can use the same algorithms and same techniques to make our power systems more efficient. So that was a crazy idea, but I was fortunate that I was able to go to the best place on earth where you can convert your crazy ideas into reality, and that was Stanford. And I started looking at this problem in more detail at Stanford, which is what led to the founding of the company. So as I started looking at this problem in more detail, I realized that the fundamental challenge of decarbonizing energy systems with renewable lies in the problem of balancing the overall system. And before that, I think a lot of people were looking at various technologies like wind and solar and batteries, but they were very asset-centric views of the world. But we felt that if we could abstract out individual assets in a way where we can reason about how much power this asset can provide, how fast can it ramp up and ramp down, then it really doesn't matter whether this power is coming from a large-scale power plant or if it is coming from small, distributed, everyday energy resources like a battery in your house or EVs or even thermostats or building management systems which manage the heating and cooling of a building. So we called this abstraction, we took the inspiration from virtual machines or what you see in computer systems, and we called this concept of virtual power plant, where we said that we would harness the flexibility that exists in everyday things around us to see if we can use it to balance demand and supply. And it was a computationally very challenging problem. If you just see what it takes to replace one nuclear plant, let's say, or one fossil plant, which is generating a gigawatt of power, with Tesla Powerwalls, you need about 200,000 Tesla Powerwalls to get an equivalent amount of power. And that means you have 200,000 more variables in your optimization problem. And these optimization problems are actually exponential in the number of variables. So you have really 2 to the power of 200,000 more equations to solve. And so using the standard techniques of optimization were not going to work. So we created a whole infrastructure around scaling these computations on the cloud and partitioning it and hierarchically optimizing it. And the role of AI was very central because these assets are typically owned by consumers. And unless you understand the behavior of these consumers and you can influence it by proper incentives, the consumers will not participate in the program. So that was a really interesting technical problem. We built a platform. We designed it for scale so that we could use it in around the world. Actually, at that time, this is like almost 10 years ago, we didn't even know which asset categories would really take off. Our initial very first thing that we ever connected to our virtual power plant was a charge point charger, and we were thinking that EVs are going to take off. And now finally, after 10 years, it does feel that EVs are taking off. But at that time, we felt that by abstracting away, we would be sort of hedging ourselves against any specific asset and be able to scale. And fortunately for us, the energy systems around the world, at least the power systems, work fundamentally in the same way. So the rules might be slightly different, and through configurations, we felt that we could actually create something that can scale. Now, the second biggest problem that we faced after we got the system up and running, which is, and some of the early adopters, large companies, utilities started adopting it, we found that there was too much friction in the business model of virtual power plants. Because on one hand, you have these large utility companies and ISOs who have a challenge of making sure that any type of asset, whether it's a thermostat in a home or a battery management system for a large-scale battery, can interface with their systems. And that's complicated. We solved it by open standards and so on. But the problem on the other side turned out to be even worse, because if you think about a fleet operator or somebody who's installing batteries, in the United States alone, we have about 3,000 utilities, and they all have different ways in which their systems work. They transfer data, they pay for the services, and these utilities are not really geared for buying power back from small generators. They know how to buy power back from large generators and do these bilateral transactions. So we had to innovate on the business model side, where we said that we will come in the middle and we will basically on one side contract with the utilities so that they can buy power at bulk from us, and they don't have to deal with the complexity of how this power is aggregated. And then on the other side, we will go to the small fleet owners, operators, and show them how they can earn more revenue from the assets that they are already managing without having to deal with the complexity of the utilities on the other side. So over the years, we have deployed this across many different asset categories. The three that I'm most excited about, and I see there is a lot of room in all three of them now. One is just residential virtual power plants. So everything from thermostats in the home, to rooftop solar, to batteries, to EVs, heat pumps, water heaters. We have more than 1 million customers now across different utilities and different countries who are participating in these programs, and they're providing peak power back to the grid when the grid is under stress. On the right, I have a data center where we are looking at mining operations, Bitcoin mining, and other types of data centers. And here again, this particular one is in New York. It's providing about 40 megawatts of what we call fast responding ancillary services to the grid. So it's not your just turn things on and off, but providing frequency control to the grid when the grid needs it. And again, this is something that can scale globally and can be deployed in gigawatt scale. And then the middle one is the project that I'm personally most excited about. Here we are using a fleet of school buses. And if you think about it, these school buses are a perfect use case. They are parked mostly during the summers when the schools are out. And that's when typically the grid has the most issues, at least in California and warmer weathers. And also they have a very predictable schedule. So they do a ride in the morning, they do a ride in the evening, and then most of the times they're parked. If we can harness the battery for these buses and provide power back, we can get more than 1 gigawatt of power from these 10,000 buses that this company is deploying. So this is like Uber from a business model perspective, but I like to say this is the self-driving car version of Uber, because you don't have to really drive the car or your vehicle. It's parked and it's still earning revenue. In fact, it's better because the vehicle is not even driving to earn this revenue. It's making money even when it is not getting used during the getting used for transportation. So I think that as we get more of these batteries on wheels, this model of virtual power plants is going to really start having an impact in terms of how we think about peak power. Because if you look at how this peak power is provided, and Professor Chu talked about it, there are almost 1,100 generators just in US, which are providing this peak power. On an average, they run for less than 5% of the hours. I just looked at the top 10 metros. You have 50 gigawatts of peaking capacity. Average age of these peaker plants is more than 40 years, and they're used for 260 hours. So these peaker plants can be replaced by virtual power plants in a more cost-effective manner. And this is where the power of a virtual power plant comes in when you compare it to either a natural gas plant or even a pure play storage type of a replacement. Because by blending more expensive batteries with lower cost demand response resources, we can create a portfolio which on an average is cheaper than a peaker plant. And the beauty of this model is that unlike a large scale project where most of the money goes towards large developers, here about 70% of the investment that goes in a virtual power plant goes back into the community. So it is creating jobs in those communities, and it's actually adding to the resiliency of these communities. And when you look at the general distribution of these peaker plants, they are disproportionately located in the most vulnerable communities historically. So more than 50% of these peaker plants are within 1 to 2 mile radius of minorities and low-income population. So the social benefits, the job creation benefits, and the resiliency benefits are additional to the fact that we can do this in a more cost-effective manner than peaker plants. So strictly on every dimension that you can imagine, we think that this is a superior product. We have shown that this is feasible. Today, our virtual power plants are deployed in 17 countries. We have close to 7,000 megawatts of assets. We have partnered with over 200 companies who either are off-takers for our virtual power plants or are our partners who provide the capacity that we aggregate and then sell it back to the grid. And this concept, I think in the last 10 years or so of my being at AutoGrid has gone from being just a crazy idea to something which became feasible, and now I think it's almost obvious, because if you look at the number of companies who are beginning to do virtual power plants and number of geographies, I was really excited to see that even Finland has now announced their first virtual power plants. I'm looking forward to learning more about it, but I feel that this is a concept that can scale, and I think it will be transformative. In fact, if you think about energy transition, I feel that having this notion of virtual power plants is essential. So that's it. I just wanted to start the conversation, share a few anecdotes about my journey. I am very passionate about the use of AI for mitigating climate change. So and I'm looking forward to all the presentations. I'll be hanging around. If you have any questions, feel free to stop by, say hello, and I'll be happy to engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. You used the example of Uber. I heard from somebody, as we are mostly Scandinavians and Estonians represented, I heard somebody use the Spotify as an example, if you're a company, for energy. Yes, so we are moving along, and we're moving into our first panel discussion within energy security and resilience. And to our help to moderate this first panel, we have Kirsty Xu, who is an operator turned climate tech investor and is a highly respected energy expert, entrepreneur, and mission-driven investor with a focus on technology companies that has a positive impact on climate and the environment. As an angel investor and co-founder, as an angel investor and as a co-founding partner of a climate tech investment syndicate called Planet Positive. She has backed companies ranging from carbon renewal to next generation geothermal and nuclear, and a reverse logistic company reducing single-use packaging, among others. So please help me and welcome Kirsty Xu.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm very excited to be here, and I'll give you, Marcus, a moment to sort out the mics, maybe. It's great to see a full house here. I'm also a little bit worried because I know it's like, hour 3 or 4, and you have been in true Nordic style, sitting very quietly and still. So can I just get a quick raise of hands? Who has flown in from the Nordics? Oh, wow. All right, this is impressive. So let's see, who is local? So who is California local? All right, I guess it's about half and half. Are there people who identify as coming from somewhere else? All right, I'm not counting. If you want to identify as all 3, that's also fine. Well, thank you for being here, and I would like to welcome more people here on the stage because this feels very lonely, and I'm excited for our panel. So first, we have Dr. Verena Adamheit. I'm trying to locate her. Thank you. Come on over here. So Verena is a senior business developer at the Swedish Energy Agency, and as the U.S. country manager, she is responsible for the Sweden-U.S. Green Transition Initiative, and additionally heads the investment promotion program at the agency. Okay. Next up, we have Klaus Krug Ekman. Come on up. Klaus is the energy attaché at the Danish consulate here in Silicon Valley, and he has also worked for 8 years under the Danish Climate and Energy Ministry, both as deputy head of department and as energy attaché in Paris. And prior to starting here in his current role, he was heading an NGO called Green Transitions Denmark. Welcome on stage. And last but not least, we have Pooja Jain. Welcome, come on up. So she's SVP of Sustainable Strategic Innovation at WSP. And has founded and is leading the strategic partnership and accelerator program called Emerge. Additionally, she chairs WSP's internal investment fund. And with this group, we will be tackling the topic of energy transition and resilience. All right. So before turning over to the panelists, just a couple of words about the topic today. So as we all know here, I mean, you have chosen to spend your day here, so you know this. Climate change is the most pressing challenge humanity has ever faced. If we continue on our current path of roughly 3 degrees warming, we can expect catastrophic sea level rise, more extreme weather conditions, and potentially up to 20% of our planet's land surface being simply too hot for human existence. This also means billions of climate refugees. Energy is the highest emitting sector of all, and hence plays a crucial part in our fight for a livable planet. We'll start with the challenges, and we will definitely end on a higher note, so bear with us. So the challenge is definitely multifaceted, ranging from growing energy demand, especially in emerging economies due to population and economic growth, to potentially political power shifts from those who control fossil fuel supply to those who control rare earth minerals. Broadly speaking, what are the main challenges and how are they being addressed by policymakers, companies, and other stakeholders in the US and Nordics respectively? And can we start with you, Klaus?
Sure. Morning, everybody. No, I think last night I was just looking at energy security in different countries on the phone, and I found an index from 2018 showing that the US, and I think both Norway and Denmark, was among the top 5 when it comes to energy security, and that was in 2018. I'm not sure it has changed that much, so that's kind of the positive angle into it, but obviously there are huge challenges. And I'd just like to point out, of course, the situation in Europe is pretty bad. I mean, I think it's obvious to everybody that we've been way too naive when it comes to reliance of energy from Russia, and we're paying a very, very high price at the moment for that. And even though the situation at this point looks much better than it did, or than we should have expected, mainly, I guess, due to the mild winter, I mean, the crisis is still pretty significant. When we turn to the US, of course, the challenges are very different. I will just point to the grid and the situation here in California and the fact that we have blackouts very often. I don't think the blackouts themselves are the big problem. I mean, losing power for a couple of hours is not the big problem, but it's the whole way we think about the energy supply in California and the effects it has on, making decisions to invest in expensive backup systems, the reluctancy to move away from natural gas, hesitance when it comes to getting into electric transport and so on. So it has very deep effects here in California, and I think those challenges are enormous. And of course, with enormous challenges, we also get enormous opportunities. And from a policy point of view, I would say, I mean, the push for putting more renewable energy into the system is absolutely vital in this regard. Renewable energy is almost per definition locally produced, or at least regionally produced, and therefore it's much more secure energy supply. And there's a lot of push for that at the moment, but definitely not enough to meet our climate goals and our security goals also. And on the other side, the network, the grid, I mean, one thing is the opportunity to invest in the physical infrastructure, but the whole setup and the framework around how we operate the grid, I think there's an enormous policy challenge and opportunity there to define well-functioning market frameworks where we can really unleash the power of innovation and the power of competition And it's not only on the production side, as we've seen, but all the way out to the grid edge and get dynamic pricing out there to unleash all these powers. I think there's an enormous opportunity there.
Thank you. Pooja, would you like to add to that?
Sure, yeah. I'll start with an opportunity, if that's all right. I mean, 2022 is a massive year when it comes to federal incentives. We've seen the Inflation Reduction Act come into play. We've seen the funds that are appropriated to the Department of Energy Loan Program Office. These are huge incentives. So we have a huge amount of opportunity. Now, what are the challenges that come along with it when it comes to energy security and resilience? Number one, I think we have to move away from the notion that the big utilities can solve all the problems. Here's an opportunity for microgrids, for independent providers like Amit just talked about in his talk as well. Number two is energy requires physical infrastructure, which means we have to move fast to get shovels in the ground. I think that is another area where we really need to have policy in place so shovels can grow in the ground sooner and we can get the infrastructure in place that can solve these problems. So I think I would say here's a huge opportunity, and these are the two challenges that are in our way.
Verena, would you like to add to that? Or maybe we continue on the more optimistic note and talk about the opportunities this presents. So for instance, last year we saw like a record high number of investment in the sort of carbon-free energy economy, so at like 1.1 trillion. And that is obviously still, that needs to multiply by many-fold for us to reach our 2050 goals, but that does present an enormous opportunity. So maybe we focus on the US and Nordic regions specifically. What have the Nordics and the US done particularly well in the energy sector to really accelerate this transition?
Thank you very much for having me. First, if I may take the freedom to comment on the first question. Sure. Anyways, because you put it quite right, that is urgent, and from the Swedish perspective, we really sensed the urgency during the last winter because we have never ever discussed energy in such an extent before. This was energy all around, high on the agenda, according to the crisis which affected Sweden, in spite of having a quite robust and low-carbon energy system, because we have trading prices, which affected consumers and the industry. So it was really, or is, high on the agenda. And you mentioned the challenges with the grid and electrification, and Sweden has to double the electrification, electric production capacity to double within 20 years. So these are enormous challenges. But of course, it's opportunities, and we see that we have a window of opportunity right now to collaborate more, because there are high ambitions in the Nordics and in the US, and we have a common ground to build upon with Nordics companies being present in the US and vice versa. So there's a lot to build upon. And I don't know who was at Bifrost 22 last year, because it was actually on this stage that we decided to take concrete action and to build upon this common ground and start an initiative. You mentioned the initiative. So we have come quite far in this initiative, which is called Sweden-US Green Transition Initiative, which was launched during last year, and we are up and running now with 4 resources in Washington and 1 in the Silicon Valley here. Marcus, where are you? Marcus over there. We decided to create a hub for accelerating the green transition, and it was Business Sweden, the Swedish Innovation Agency, Vinnova, we and Sweden's embassy in Washington that went together to create this hub. And with that, we hope that we can contribute to bilateral partnerships within R&D, innovation, trade, investment, promotion, and to bring stakeholders more closer together. So it's maybe one concrete action that we've taken resulting from these challenges.
Klaus, would you like to add to that? Like, what do you think the Nordics or the US have done particularly well?
Well, when I think about the Nordic energy system, I mean, definitely electricity is going to be the backbone of the green transition. And the way we've managed that, I think, in the North is is pretty well. We have a pretty strong transmission grid with transmission lines across the borders. We have a pretty well functioning energy or electricity market where we have competition out at the grid edge. I mean, I moved over here half a year ago. When I was in Denmark, I had hourly prices on my electricity bill. I could turn on my washing machine or my EV charging depending on when it was the cheapest. I come over here, I have a flat rate. Right? So I think there's some good lessons to learn. I think we've come pretty far in Denmark, and I think that the competition we see both on the retail side and the production side on the electricity grid is really something that boosts the innovation and the utilization of the infrastructure that we have in place, and I think that's a good lesson to learn there.
Well, let's talk a little bit about innovation. Like you kind of like compared some of the differences there. What are some of the most promising technological innovations? And then actually I wanted to a little bit touch upon something you, Pooja, mentioned earlier, that this requires a lot of infrastructure, a lot of building. So are we actually facing more of an innovation challenge or problem, or is this more of a deployment and infrastructure challenge or opportunity?
I think I'd like to believe that technologies exist. It's a matter of deploying and scaling at this point. And I think a lot of what gets in the way is how long it takes for us to realize the technologies and actually convert them into assets that can be energy sources. So I think that's actually a bigger challenge. The technologies today exist. One of the beauties of this whole recognizing that needs to be an energy transition, there needs to be energy resiliency is actually a multifaceted approach to energy. We don't think of just electricity. We also think of sources like hydrogen. So it's a multi-pronged approach to energy resilience, but all of these also require innovation on the policy side, not just on the technology side, and saying what can we do to help these technologies to be deployed. I see that almost as a bigger challenge in the US, and I'd love to hear from friends from Sweden, what we are seeing over there, but I do see that as actually a bigger challenge than the technology itself today.
Verena, would you like to add to this? Because you work with a lot of startups and technology companies.
Yeah, and I think it's a very tricky question given that we have so many great startups here having different products and solutions. So that you asked me to highlight special aspects, so no offense.
You can speak in more general terms if you feel more comfortable.
But indeed, there's something I want to highlight because we like to think of like as a system design to create resilience, and there are some technologies more relevant than others. So the first thing is that I would like to mention that we've heard that energy storage, of course, in the first play as a key to the energy transition. But this goes hand in hand with the distributed power production. So to create this new resilient system. And green hydrogen, we're a fan of green hydrogen as well to balance not only the for the industrial sectors, but also balance up for the variation of the intermittent energy supply systems. So that's one thing we want to highlight, and also the digital system innovation which is needed to make all the pieces come together and work. And lastly, what we are promoting at the moment or looking very much into is also SMR, the small modular reactors, as something which we also finance the research in. So it's complex. There's no one solution, and the regulatory framework, of course, needs to come in place as well, but that's maybe a different question.
Well, that is a good segue into our next one, which is about the policies and regulations that are needed to ensure a secure and resilient energy system, but also really to ensure that we move at the pace needed. So, Klaus, would you maybe comment on this, like what has been done, what needs to be done? We have obviously all heard about the IRA and Europe. Do you have more detail?
Yeah, no, I think it's a difficult question how to put together the best policies. I think we've made a lot of mistakes during history, but I think there's some lessons to be learned here. I think not picking the winners is one good advice for policymakers. Make market frameworks and let the different innovations and different solutions play on a level playing field. I think we've done that to some extent in Denmark. I have to mention the wind turbines and the wind adventure that we've been embarked on over the last 30, 40 years. In the beginning, of course, there's a lot of policies around research and demonstration projects, but at some point you move into the subsidy regime, right? And at that point, for many, many years, we've given flat subsidies, to just subsidies per kilowatt hour of production. And I think within the last 10, 15 years, we moved into regimes of more competitive solutions. So we make tenders. And I think actually that has contributed significantly to the price drops we've seen lately, to really unleash the competition also from the subsidy side. And now we're in a situation where we don't need subsidies for renewable energy in Denmark. We have a new big wind farm coming off offshore, and no subsidies. So we're at the moment now where we really have moved into, and I think, thinking the policies right. I also want to mention now the grid edge, what we're doing here. I mean, getting the frameworks out there, getting the competition, getting price signals out to customers so we can have a market for new solutions out there. I think that's a very important part, instead of just, handing out flat subsidies or flat tax rebates or picking winners like hydrogens or other solutions. So that would be my advice.
And Pooja, would you like to comment on sort of U.S. perspective on this?
I think I keep going back to the idea of in order for us to really make a dent in the energy transition, I keep going back to our need to accelerate deployment, right? And I'll just put this in the perspective of an example, perhaps. If you've not seen the Bay Bridge, I'm sure you will. The segment of the Bay Bridge that goes from Treasure Island to Oakland is a fairly new addition. It's got a signature section to it. But that bridge was about 10 years behind schedule, and it went multi-fold in its budget. If you translate that to something like, let's say, carbon capture underground sequestration, we know 45Q went through a reform. Now carbon is at $85 per ton, right? Now take that same example and translate it to CCUS and say, we're going to put shovels in the ground 5 years from now. Is $85 a ton going to be attractive at that point? I'm coming at it from an investor's perspective. In order for our energy technologies to be investable, we need to have predictable outcomes. And those predictable outcomes are somehow, in addition to the scale of the technology and its readiness, are also tied to our readiness as a community, as our policymakers, our readiness to say we are ready to put them in the ground sooner. So I just tie the example of the bridge that I'm sure you will see to what is an element of carbon-free economy to put it in perspective. But I think this is a really important aspect that globally we want to be thinking about.
And how about then market forces? How can those be harnessed to promote energy security and resilience? And what types of incentives are needed to really encourage the private sector investment in these areas? And how about Verena? We'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. Even here, there's no single answer. There are more pieces that need to come together. And the first thing is probably that what you also mentioned is a stable and reliable regulatory framework to reduce uncertainty for investments. And, well, I have to look at myself there. But also it's, of course, the market-based incentive to enhance this possible new design. And in Sweden, we also have kind of special approach, as we often work with the engagement of the industry itself. We design roadmaps. We gather companies together from different industries and let them decide by themselves how to reach this roadmap. So we build on including company stakeholders, individuals, research institutions to come to a solution by themselves. But also, I'd like to stress, and we have similar challenges there as apparently as regards the processes. We need easier and faster legislation and regulatory. It takes ages to start a wind farm, for example, or get building permits, and that's not really a good incentive.
Would either of you like to add to the market forces question?
I think Dr. Warren has covered up very well there, yeah.
Pooja, this one is maybe for you. You kind of alluded to it a little bit already. Like, what are some of the most, like kind of taking all of this into account, what are some of the most promising and interesting areas for investment in these sectors, given where we are today and what the sort of future looks like?
That's a really tough question to answer, really. Is there really one technology? I don't think so. It's really, I see it as a multi-pronged approach to technologies. To say that electricity is the only solution, electric is the only solution, probably not. For hard-to-abate industries, hydrogen is important, for example. So I would say from a technology perspective, we want to be thinking about a multi-pronged approach, a multifaceted approach, and address the different industry. In addition to the consumer industry, where we are looking at electric cars, et cetera, we want to be thinking about all the other, perhaps invisible needs of renewable energy that exist, such as our industries, et cetera. So that's what I would say is it's not one technology, it's almost like a family of technologies that need to be looked at for a complete picture in solving the problem.
I see some nodding. Are there comments you would like to add?
Yeah, no, I think I absolutely agree. I mean, there are, of course, sectors where direct electrification is not possible or practically doable, and we've heard about aviation, parts of heavy industry, shipping. We need, I guess, at the end of the day, some kind of synthetic fuel to do that, and I would argue that fuel will have to come from renewable green energy, and probably with hydrogen as a stepping stone. But how do we get there? I mean, a lot of discussion here in California, at least, and also in Europe, on hydrogen goes into, backup for electrical networks or road transportation, and there's very little attention actually going into the very hard-to-abate sector. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it the high-hanging fruits, but we need to pick them, and we need to get there. And I think we need, as policymakers, to think about how to do that the best way. I would argue something like blending mandates, to say, okay, you need to have a certain % of your aviation fuel from synthetic green hydrogen or synthetic fuel production, and then the market will come there. So you'll have like the competition and the market framework set up, and you just make it as a blending mandate. I think those are the routes we need to embark on, and we need to do it soon, because if we need to decarbonize the full economy, we need to speed up.
Can I just add one more thing, and this may be a little bit provocative, but that's quite all right, right? Okay. Dr. Chu talked about the colors of hydrogen, and several times when we are discussing going through clean, we think of black and white. Right? But there is a lot of colors of grays in between. And so as a society and as decision makers, do we want to step towards a path of greener as we head towards green, or we look at black and white? So that's another thought I guess I want to leave the group with, is to think about there's black and white, and then there's many shades of gray in between. And to get to that green economy that we are trying to get to, there is a journey, and the journey sometimes may involve thinking greener in our journey towards the green. That's another just thought I'd leave us with here.
Thank you. I would like to move on to a topic that's very important, which is justice and equity. So we know that, for instance, today vulnerable communities often bear like a disproportionate share of the effects of climate change. But as we're building in many ways, better, healthier, safer world and future for all of us, and while we expect the kind of like macro level results to be net positive, the fact is that individuals, communities will be affected differently along the way. So from that perspective, how can the Nordics and the US ensure that energy security and resilience policies and programs are equitable and inclusive? Talk about like a global perspective, and what are really the benefits of investing in energy security and resilience? Maybe Klaus.
Yeah, I can try to give I think it's extremely important topic, And I think it's also a very difficult to find the right way into this. And this is just my personal observation, what I see in Denmark compared to how it's done over here. In Denmark, and I guess in the rest of Scandinavia, social policies are not really mixed into energy politics as it is over here. And I'm not saying one way is the right way, but it's just interesting to see we have social politics in Denmark and we take care of the disadvantaged and poorer part of the economy, of the population, if you want to put it like that. And we don't mix it into tenders of offshore wind or other energy policy instruments. And over here, it's much more entangled. It's just an observation. I don't have an answer towards the right way to do it, but it's definitely important that we make sure that on our progress to a green economy, that we don't lose anyone on the way.
Yeah, I think it's extremely important, and I can only agree to what you say, because that's what we have seen right now during this crisis as regards prices. If we don't get the consumers, the households, to join us towards a greener transition, and honestly, we have had such low prices in energy. We are good in saving energy. We didn't need to before, but now we have to. And if we don't make sure that everyone is with us on this journey, we won't succeed. So it can't be overestimated, this question.
You talked about Klaus, it's more entangled in the US fabric. I'm not sure that is 100% the case. I think our rural communities that we could say are a subset of communities that need support, sometimes don't even know how to articulate a project in a way that it can be fundable, for example. So I think there's a lot of work to be done on that ground over here. We are certainly weaving the element of climate justice and social justice in a lot of those determinations that are coming up, but I think there's a lot more work to be done over there, especially when it comes to rural economies who are not as, rural communities that are not as sophisticated, perhaps.
We're almost at time, and to wrap this up, we all feel it that this can often be daunting, but this is also a beautiful opportunity, and I'm sure we have all chosen to work on this, so it excites us. What is it really that excites you the most about this ongoing energy transition and the future that it will bring? We'll do a quick round, starting with Verena.
Yeah, that's great to spread some positive vibes to end with. And I am actually excited because I think we have momentum right now and we can set the course for a sustainable future. And if you just join forces, we can accelerate and we make it come true. And there are exciting things going on, just for example, in northern Sweden with this electrification and the fossil-free steel and the batteries and the green hydrogen. So I feel we have a huge responsibility, but also a very fair chance to succeed together.
No, I think it's an amazingly exciting times. I mean, the way we've seen technology being implemented and the price drops that we've seen, these are very exciting times, and the deployment rate is just going up at a speed that no agency is following. I mean, all the time you see the curves diverge every year, and that's very exciting. And then all the stuff that's going on in the digital and automated energy system now, where we really start to see how we can utilize the infrastructure much, much better than we've done previously. I mean, all the way we can make the whole thing much more liquid and much more efficient. It's super exciting.
Pooja, take us home.
Yes, well, I'm very optimistic. There has been a flood of incentives that have come our way from 2022, and I'm reflecting on my presence at Bifrost 2022 and today, and also looking at the startup ecosystem, the amount of energy there is in the startup ecosystem around energy, around new materials for construction and whatnot. That is super exciting to see that our innovation engine, which is our startup ecosystem in this country, are really getting behind that movement. And I'm sure this is a coming together of our incentives and our startups seeing that that's where a lot of the growth is in the future. So I'm very, very optimistic.
And with that, we will wrap it up. Thank you to our panelists and look forward to meeting many of you here today.
Felicitations.
All right, and now your attention to the screen, please. It's time for our next pitch session. All right, and as always, the rule is easy. You have 1 minute and 1 minute only. Sorry, Carmen.
Hi, I'm Christian from Samantha Automotive. Hello. Now. So, restart. Hi, I'm Christian from Samantha Automotive. So, Samantha software has been the cornerstone of mission-critical systems within defense, aviation, and security systems, and now lately also in automotive. So, our product, Samantha Traffic Watch, is designed to increase efficiency and enhance operations of connected and autonomous vehicle fleets. So with our product, we help our customers, the OEMs, to make use of their data from the connected vehicle fleets and combine that with external information. By doing this, you get superior situational awareness that increases traffic safety. You get a better performance and efficiency in your transport system. And you also get the decision support system for automated vehicles. So if you are in the automotive industry and you want to enhance your...
Thank you. You can come and talk with Carmen. And next up, we have Elon Road.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karin. I'm from Elon Road, and we are what we called electricity on road. Nothing to do with Elon Musk, even though this is my really bad dad joke. Elon Road, it's a Musk. But we have developed a breakthrough EV charging solution so we can charge any EV on the move by putting a rail on the ground. Our first targets are port and industrial sites, which have repetitive transportation pattern and a really high need for uptime and operational efficiency. And with our solution, they can reduce up to 40% in CapEx investment by not needing so many vehicles, no idle time for charging, and they can also choose the smaller battery pack. But our moonshot vision is, of course, to have electrical roads everywhere so we can have infinite range for everyone with a minimal climate impact. Elon Road can scale electrification. We are now here to look for customers and investors help us scaling. So look us up, please.
Thank you. Ivo.
Thank you. I'm Leif Staveston. I'm the CEO and founder of Evoy. Evoy make high-output electric systems for boats. That means that we don't make the boats themselves. We make systems that you can put into any boat to make them electric. There's about 5,000 boat builders in the world and about 50 million boats on the water. And these are all customers of us in the future, we think. So now going forward, we have sales to 12 countries. And of course, for us, the next natural step is the US. The US has the largest emissions in the world, and in fact, the boats in the US emit more than the country of Norway. So there's a substantial opportunity to be had here. We are also then, of course, as going into the US, looking for potential partners and investors from this great country. So if you're interested, let us know. Thank you.
1 second to go. And Remotive Labs.
Thank you. So at Remotive Labs, we provide a SaaS software development platform for the automotive industry that reduces or removes dependency on hardware, enabling automotive companies to develop software faster and reduce time to market. And we have significant traction with 400K ARR and notable clients such as Volvo Cars and Google. And our customers, before we came along, were really struggling with inflexible, complex, and expensive tooling. But with our platform, they're no longer struggle, and they're in fact able to innovate faster and collaborate more. In our team, there's 8 of us, and what's unique is that we have more than a decade experience from building solid SaaS solutions for the world. So if you're interested, we're looking for customers, partners, and investors. Thank you.
Next up, Spence.
Yes, Spence is a Norwegian technology company with global solutions, and we build customer journeys for the automobile industry. We help car dealerships when they sell a car, we help repair shops, and we also team up with the different kind of dealer management systems. A huge part of a good customer journey is payments. You have B2C customers, B2B customers. Some want to pay with cards, some buy now, pay later, Apple Pay, crypto, open banking, and a lot of countries also have local payment options. In addition, you have to have a good communication to send an SMS reminder that the car is booked for repair, reporting, credit checks. And Spence, we are not a bank or a payment provider. We are an aggregator for integrations. So instead of doing 10, 20, 30 integrations, you can do 1 integration with Spence, and we do the rest. Thank you.
Still right.
Hi, I decided to not make a pitch. I'm going to give you a gift instead. I'm going to give you the power of origami. Please stand up, all of you. Stretch to the ceiling, both hands, and make a curve. As far as you can go back. Oh, you can feel the power of the curve, and that's it. We fold steel along curves, creating a lot of climate-friendly products, a really cool, fantastic bike. Check our site out. And we're also making the world's first climate-neutral car together with Polestar at the moment. It's an amazing project. So we're drastically changing the way you make things. That's our motto. And folding along curves, curve origami, that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, thank you. And then we have Verge.
Hello. We reinvented the wheel and got patents on that. I'm Pekka with Verge Motorcycles. So we put the electric motor in the back wheel, and because of that, we can have batteries where the motor usually is. That provides low center of gravity, smooth ride, and a whole bunch of other benefits. Because of that, we have the most powerful motorcycle, electric motorcycle in the world. Over 200 horsepower, 0 to 60, 2.5 seconds. The longest range, over 230 miles, and the fastest charging, 25 minutes. We're shipping in Europe and will be available here in the US later this year. I'm looking for technology partnerships, people to join our team, investors for the ride, and if you have an empty building for our factory, I'm happy to chat about that too. We have a demo table over there. Thank you.
And our next company, Stream Analyze.
At Stream Analyze, we make stupid things smart, monetizing data directly on assets or products rather than in the cloud. Now, this can be trucks, it can be machines, it can be lawnmowers, it can be chipsets. We're working today with companies like Iveco, Volvo, Toyota, Husqvarna, Autoliv, making their products smart, but also enabling chip companies like Microchip, Renesas, and ARM to be able to make their company's products smart too. Now, either you're leaving money on the table by not enriching your data from your products, or you're spending way too much money by doing this in the cloud. At Stream Analyze, our software platform addresses all of this, and we can do this 20 times faster and cheaper than any other competitor out in the market today. My name's Daniel. Please come visit me, and I'll show you how to make or save money by making your products smart too. Thank you.
Perfectly done. Well, yeah, so if you didn't catch all of that, you will have the opportunity to meet with all the companies later during the lunch break, as they will be showcasing their services and products in the lunch venue. We are moving on to our next session, which is focusing on mobility. And of course, mobility is changing transportation. Technology is unlocking the new possibilities and how we can keep on making transportation more safe, more efficient, and of course, more environmentally friendly. Our next speaker is Christopher Laurel from NVIDIA, and he's the Senior Vice President of Research and Public Affairs at Enride. Did I say NVIDIA? My apologies, at Enride. And with his passion for transformative technology and extensive knowledge of disruptive tech companies, he has great insights on how new technology can unlock green transition. So without further ado, help me to welcome Christopher Laurel from Enride.
Good morning, everyone. Let's try that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
That's much better. If you notice that I'm looking over my shoulder during this presentation, that's simply me having some kind of sense where Marcus is at. Because I must say, your way of keeping time, that's really the next level. So what I would like to start by doing is essentially to share a story that comes out from 2016. When 3 people gathered in the city of Gothenburg. And what they did was to ask themselves, if we were to challenge an industry that hasn't been undergoing any change for 100 years, how would we do it? What kind of sector would we pick? They decided to explore different industries, and what they found was that a lot of technology shifts have been taking place in a lot of different industries. But there is one industry that hasn't seen a lot of change yet, and that's transport. So what they asked themselves was, what if we, instead of improving the existing transportation system a little bit, create a new one? What if we would to electrify the transportation system to deal with the fact that 7 to 8% of the global emissions annually is coming from heavy-duty transport? They asked themselves, what if we would to connect the transportation system to deal with the ways in which it's currently fragmented, and also deal with all the inefficiencies that we have in the transportation system, where we have fill rates ranging between 30 to 70% when they should be 100%. Last but not least, they asked themselves, what if we went autonomous too, and connected, electrified, and enabled a completely different way of doing transport in the future to deal with the fact that we have a double in demand in transportation needs up to 2050, and we also have a global driver shortage. That vision was what came to be at Enride, and I'm very happy to be able to give you one example of how this vision is coming to reality on US soil. Just for the sake of clarity, if I say anything controversial, that's not coming from Android, that's NVIDIA, obviously, just to make that clear from the get-go. But the fact of the matter is that what we are seeing now is not one technology shift happening. That was usually the case, right? We had one technology shift at a time, but now we have several taking place in parallel, and that is opening up to an abundance of opportunities. Today, it's over 50 years since we had the first global conference on the environment. In fact, in Stockholm in 1972 in June. And up until where we are now, there has been a lot of political will going into change. But if there's one thing that is going to really make all the ambitions that we have seen coming to become reality, it is technology. And it's also in the intersection of technology. And that is where we build our solutions. So at Android, we see the need for doing what we always have been doing when it comes to new technology, and that is to bring new players into the game. In every technology shift, any major technology shift we have had throughout the recent decades, it has not been the incumbents. It has not been actors coming out of the legacy system that have been challenging themselves. Instead, it has very much been about new actors taking on technologies that no one thought would be possible. And that is why I am very happy to be in this room together with you today, because in this room, we have so many solutions to a lot of the problems that we are facing in the world today. In our industry, we haven't had a sense of urgency. 5 years ago, when we talked about electrification, that was a thing of the future. That was not anyone's concern. But what has happened now is that no one is getting away with that narrative anymore. What we have now in this room is not only a lot of solutions, but what we have is a sense of urgency. And combined with all the technology shifts that are happening at once, this is our opportunity to really make a mark on the future industries going forward. But it's much greater than that, in fact, because it's not only about reinventing transportation or energy, or any other sector out there. What it's really about is to unlock and enable and also accelerate the green transition. And combined with what we are seeing now on both sides of the Atlantic, with IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, as well as European Union Green Deal Industrial Plan, this is really our moment to make as much change as possible. So what I'll do is to share a few of the things that we are doing. We are one of the new players, right? But the fact of the matter is that we are one of the most experienced players out there when it comes to electric transport in particular. So since we started out, we have managed to ship more than 500,000 pallets in our operations. And on top of that, we have also managed to go over 700,000. That's the figure I'm looking for. I'm trying to convert what that is in miles, and that's plus 400,000 miles-ish. And on top of the 500,000 of pallets that we have shipped, in combination with the distance that we have managed to cover this far, we have made something that is much, much more important, and that is to save 1 million kilograms of CO2 emissions. What's the best part? This is only the start. This is possible right here, right now. And we heard from the panel just before the break that scaling up solutions that are already here, that's very much the name of our game. And I think that goes for a lot of the companies that are present here today too. So what we do is to do what Spotify did to the music industry. And that's not my words. That's the words from my colleagues that used to work for Spotify that are now on Team Android. So we use hardware, we use software, we use everything there is essentially to create an ecosystem with solutions that in the end comes together in what we refer to as the grid. So grids, they are essentially ways in which we take the best available hardware that is out there, regardless of what OEM is producing it, ranging from tractors to trailers to charging infrastructure. And based on the needs of our customers, we bring that alive. Because if we sort of have this idea of one-to-one replacement, of diesel to electric, we will never end up where we need to be, because diesel and electric is fundamentally two different technologies. And different technologies doesn't only need new players, it also needs solutions that really make sense based on that particular technology. So having a charging station everywhere where we have a petrol or gas station, that doesn't make sense. We need to optimize based on the new technology, and that is very much what we are doing on the hardware side. But hardware is, as we talked about, not a one-to-one replacement game. If we compare what we have in the fundamental technology, diesel and electric-wise, we need to find clever ways to use software to really optimize charging, optimize the performance of vehicles on specific routes. And this comes together with the help of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a lot of the technologies that we have out there that are really revolutionizing a lot of sectors. So by combining hardware, the best hardware there is, with the best software there is, for this new piece of technology, we are able to not only create grids that makes a lot of sense from the new technologies perspective, but what we're also doing is to introduce a new engine for transport that is more or less taking its point of departure from software. So instead of asking our customers, how many trucks would you like? Would you like 200? Would you like 300? Would you like 400? We ask, can we please have all your transportation data? And based on that transportation data, we have, I'm proud to say, been able to actually reduce the number of vehicles when we go electric. And that is really an achievement, because if we can reduce the number of trucks that are out there, we will be able to create a much more efficient system, but we also get to a point where we aren't getting resources out on the market that isn't needed from the very beginning. Let me share an example of what else we are doing in the United States that is actually coming from the Golden State here in California. So in the Port of LA, we are doing one of our projects that revolves around building a grid around the Port of LA. So what we are essentially in that particular case seeing is that we have a lot of the challenges that we usually have in the diesel-based transportation system. A lot of congestion, a lot of NOx, pollution, a lot of really bad air quality, and a system that is too fragmented in order to be able to speak to each other and really make the most efficient solution possible. So in the near future, this is how it's going to look like. 65 charging slots that will be able to power 200 electric vehicles. And this is only the beginning. This technology will change the way we think of transport. And this change is coming at an incredibly pace. We talked about in the energy panel the need to scale, 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 scale. And this is merely one example of what we are doing in a number of markets. But there are a few things that we need to talk about that can be tricky. And those things relate to the fact that we have an industry, particularly in transport, that has a long history to it. And when we are dealing with legacy systems that have quite recently done quite substantial investments in the former technology, that will create a lot of tension between new actors like ourselves and the ones that just came on board, the way in which we are going to change the future. So one thing that we are always promoting is a full stop to all fossil fuel subsidies that are out there. In fact, it's just ridiculous how much support that the legacy system is getting. What we need to do instead is to use all the money that we are pouring in to the legacy system, the diesel-based transportation system, and make investments like we're doing now, and that we are seeing with IRA as well as the Green Deal in the European Union. That's the right way to deal with the challenges that we have ahead. And by using public investments, we also lower risk for private investments to come into this equation and really get the acceleration of the green transition that we need. So if we do what is hard, but what is right, stop legacy systems and the support of legacy systems, what we get in return, we believe, is technological leadership. In this room, we have a lot of companies that are working on both sides of the Atlantic. And these companies, when they are powered by the political ambitions that we are seeing both in the US as well across the European Union, that is formalizing now in these packages that is essentially investments in the future, we as companies can be the ones enabling a shared leadership about critical technologies that the US as well as Europe is going to compete based on the global markets going forward. And if we manage to do that, if we manage to stop the support for the legacy systems, if we manage to get technological leadership by steering investments to the companies that are really building the new structures and the new infrastructures of tomorrow, we will be able to get much higher climate targets in place. And by doing so, we do play a much larger role than simply changing the ways our industries are looking. We are going to change how the world is looking, and also the timetable for making the green transition to really happen. So I leave you with this. The future is not something we enter. The future is what we create. And together, let's make the best possible future happen. Thank you very much.
So thank you. With a presentation like that, I'm sure that NVIDIA will be knocking on your door at any moment. So it's time for our next presentation, or our next panel discussion. And I would like to bring up on stage our moderator. He has over 35 years of experience when it comes to transportation and cutting-edge technologies, as well as large corporations, startups, and public-private partnerships. He has spent nearly half of his career down in sunny California. No. So let me present Jan Hellåker.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you. It's a pleasure to try to follow up on this very inspiring inspiration by Christopher, so I look forward to this panel. Marcus mentioned that I'm representing Drive Sweden here, and just let me allow you to share some sentence with what that is. Drive Sweden is a strategic innovation program funded for 12 years by 3 Swedish government agencies, including Vinnova and the Energy Agency, who are here today. And the purpose with Drive Sweden is basically to how to best use digitalization to shape a more sustainable transportation system for the future. And that happens to be exactly the same topic for this panel. In Sweden, we do that by bringing our 200+ partners together and working in different projects, addressing specific topics or trying to remove barriers to success. But here we're going to try to solve the problem in this panel. And I'm really happy to have Christopher will still be on the panel. And I would like to welcome 4 more panelists up on stage here. Caroline Funk, from an investor partner from Blue Bear Capital. Please, Caroline. Andrew Glass Hastings, Executive Director of Open Mobility Foundation. And Jenny Simonsen, Chief Operating Officer at ITS Norway. And last but not least, Kirill Dementev, Project Leader at Volvo Cars. Yes, and Christopher, please join us here as well. So with that, I asked each of the panelists to present themselves in a little bit more detail and sort of state their case on how do you view this question we have on as a headline for the panel. So Caroline, why don't you start, please?
Should I use this?
Sit down or stand up?
I can. Okay, I'll stay here. Why not? All right.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Sounds good?
Yeah.
Okay, ready to go. I think I had prepared a couple of slides. I don't know if we want to put them up or don't have to.
Okay, my mistake.
Okay. Sounds good. So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on the panel today, and I'm really glad to be here with a lot of Nordic people. I'm originally from Berlin, Germany. I've been in the Bay Area for 10 years now, but still have a strong connectivity to the European ecosystem. I am representing Blue Bear Capital today, and our focus is investing in the intersection of digitization and energy transition. I just wanted to give you a really brief background of what we're doing and why we're doing it. We see those two trends coming together. Really, the new energy system, the couple $1 trillion of energy transition money that we're about to pay and have already been setting off, and the digitization, as Jan mentioned, taking off and being here to enable that transition. So we're investing at that intersection. I don't want to bore you with any graphs that you all probably know much better, but I think what's important here to show is that we have to be more data-driven to be able to get to the solutions in time, much like we had heard in the presentation from Christopher before. So our view really is we need to enable, accelerate, and unblock, we call it debottleneck sometimes, that transition, and we believe that software and data can help with that, not just in the transportation sector, but all over the energy transition. Who are we and why are we around? We're a team of highly specialized experts, have spent a number of years on the private equity side, combined with strategic side, startup operations, and currently, we're investing in companies, and I'll show you where we go. We're investing in companies at the earlier stage, so companies that already have a little bit of revenue, and where we can help speed up the growth execution. That's where we believe we bring a strong point to the system here. So if anybody in the audience, and I've seen a couple of your pitches, happy to speak to any of you who bring asset-light technologies to the energy transition, looking for seed, Series A, Series B funding, that's where we come in. And yeah, this is our portfolio, and I just wanted to end on that. We do have a number of portfolio companies that set a really interesting example for the digital side of the transportation transition. So I just want to pick a few names out of this bigger bucket. For example, FreeWire Technologies, which is providing battery-backed EV charging, basically getting to level 3 fast charging without upgrading the power infrastructure at a given site. So you can basically drop in replacement and level 2 charger by a level 3 charger from FreeWire, and the battery backup enables you to do much faster charging speeds. There's also a lot of software involved in that. On the lower right side, ChargeTrip, a company based in the Netherlands, they provide routing for electric vehicle fleets. So it's like you have to rethink the whole system. As Christopher mentioned, you can't just go about and say, well, now I've replaced one truck with an electric truck. No, you have to rethink how you're actually doing business, and not just for trucks, but also for smaller passenger vehicles and everything. And then the last company I want to mention on our latest investment, our first investment out of our third fund, which we launched beginning of this year, is a company called Charger Help. They are Los Angeles based, so from here, neck of the woods. They provide reliability as a service for EV charging infrastructure. So if you have been in the field and you're stuck in front of a charger that doesn't work, you're not alone. There are a lot of companies, a lot of chargers. Actually, some studies show it's up to 40% of chargers are not available at any given point in time, and Charger Help is helping with that. And I think it's so important that we all work on making this transition as smooth as possible so that the rest of the world who might not be as forward-looking is actually not being held back by thinking, well, charging doesn't work, EVs don't work. We want to make it as smooth as possible. So that's my quick intro. Thank you
very much. We've all been told that data is the new oil or gold. Generally speaking, do you see a lot of gold in the startups that are sort of addressing this challenge with data as well?
A lot of gold?
A lot of gold, yeah, or I mean, future profits.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's really impressive to see that I've worked in the energy transition topic since 2004, and now so many more people are coming to the space. We've seen, I think, last year about 50 billion be invested by private equity and venture capital into energy transition related topics. We see a lot of gold.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we're going to change gears slightly. Andrew, tell us about Open Mobility Foundation.
Great. Thank you all. And thanks for the opportunity to be here. So talking about mobility, data, digitization, it's exactly what the Open Mobility spends our time bringing public agencies and private companies together to work on. And so quick show of hands, how many of you have used a NavTech program like Google Maps on your phone or in your car to get around, to find directions, find where you need to go? Okay, a lot of people, great. Okay, have you used a free-floating car share service that you've accessed through an app? Great, okay, keep showing hands. How about a shared scooter or bike? All right, and Uber? Okay, look at that. So you are all experiencing on a regular basis, based on your show of hands, the digitization of mobility, in cities around the world. And this isn't just a Nordic experience or a US experience. I mean, truly in the past decade or so, mobility has become so much more digitized, and yet oftentimes cities in particular, who we put in charge of managing mobility in the public right-of-way on our streets, don't have the tools to keep pace with that digitization of mobility. So the Open Mobility Foundation was formed about 3.5 years ago to bring together the cities and public agencies around the world with the private technology mobility operators to co-create open source data standards and tools that will be used to manage the digital mobility that we see on our streets and cities today. So this is really being brought together. I'm like trying to look back here, make sure that I'm referencing the right thing. But it's very much at its core is a public and private collaboration to develop these tools that will then be used by cities around the world. And here's an example of the types of cities that we work with and the types of companies that we work with to co-create these open source data standards. Now, what is an open source data standard? It is a digital infrastructure tool. And so the mobility data specification is the one that I want to touch on briefly here. And MDS, as it's known, is used by close to 300 cities around the world. And so it is a truly international standard that is a common language between shared mobility operators and cities, regions, states to be able to share data so that cities have the tools they need to be able to understand what's happening across the shared mobility ecosystem and to be also be able to share a digital policy back to those operators. So I'm going to use micromobility as an example because it was the initial use case. Take a step back and say that MDS was originally created with autonomous vehicles in mind. But before we really got to wide-scale adoption of autonomous vehicles, suddenly cities were faced with shared electric scooters and bikes on their streets. And fortunately, MDS had been created so it could quickly be adapted to be this common language and this two-way common language to allow cities to understand where all the scooters are located, what their trip patterns are, be able to actually hold those operators accountable for following the rules and regulations that the agency puts out, and to also be able to communicate policy to those operators in a digital format. So an exclusive designated parking area, or a geofence, do not ride in this area because we have a farmer's market going on, or this particular area, we want the scooters to go particularly slow. So that's really how MDS is being used. It's gone way beyond micromobility at this point. In fact, just a couple weeks ago, MDS 2.0 was released in its draft form, and it takes the standard and applies it to other shared modes, including taxis and car share and services like Uber, as well as sidewalk delivery robots. For us, it's an example of how MDS really can be applied to many future applications of shared mobility. Think when we start seeing more and more advanced air mobility in cities, whether that's drones or flying taxis. How do the public agencies and companies work together to have this common language so that the digital mobility in the public right-of-way can be orchestrated? All right, I'm gonna so much more to talk about here, but I'm gonna skip over the curb and mention the fact that we are an open source organization, so the standards we create are free and available to use. My organization is really underwritten by the private companies that are coming together to support this work. We are a public agency-led organization, so my board of directors is made up of only public agency transport executives. So we're really working on these in a true public-private partnership that is focused on creating value for the public good. All right, I'll stop there.
Thanks a lot. I think we'll come back to that later on.
Absolutely.
But before we continue with Jenny here, just a question. You have a great group of cities already joining up there. Is that sort of an early adopted phase you're going through, or are you expanding continuously, adding more cities? And
always looking to expand, Jan. That's the idea here. And Open Mobility Foundation was created in the middle of 2019 by a handful of cities led by actually the city of Los Angeles here in California. The standards are used globally, and we're always looking to try to bring more cities and public agencies into the organization and have that engagement and contribution, because that's how the work actually happens.
Great. All right, Jenny, please.
Thank you. I'm being a true Nordic person. I swim every week. But I wasn't used to the cold here in California, so I need to stand up. Thank you for having me here today. I represent a little bit of a different approach, as I'm a membership organization called ITS Norway. ITS stands for Intelligent Transport Systems, and we are an NGO and working with the public, private, and academia to find smarter, safer, and sustainable mobility systems. But we're not such a small organization. Even though we're just four employees, we actually have an EU project together with Einride and Volvo, which constitutes of 25 million euros, and it's level 4 driving from Rotterdam to Oslo, meaning that we're looking into that. So even though we sound like a small little organization, we're not that small. Transport, we heard from Professor Chu today about how much transport accounts for. And transport accounts for about 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions in the EU. It is the largest source of emissions after energy production. We in ITS Norway work closely, as I said, with the transport authorities, the industry, and academia to achieve digital mobility solutions. Digitalization can transform the future of mobility, improving efficiency, working to reduce operational costs, and importantly, enhancing safety. Realizing the full potential of digitalization requires a strong collaborative effort from road authorities, industry, and the academia. To achieve this transformation, we need to work with several things. Among them is data. Invest in data infrastructure. Data is the backbone of digitalization. We all know this. Or more, we need to understand the potential of what and how data can and should be used in order to reach this transformation. Both road authorities and the industry must invest in data infrastructure that can capture, store, and process large amount of data in real time. The end user, whether it's goods or person, wants to travel seamlessly, cost-efficiently, and sustainable. We need to invest in data standards. We talked about that. Open data standards can help facilitating the exchange of data between different systems. New business models. Road authorities and industry need to develop new business models that can leverage digital technologies to improve sustainable mobility. We need to test, pilot, we need to fail, and we need to test and pilot again. We need to address security and privacy concerns. Road authorities and industry need to address the concerns by implementing robust security protocols, data encryption, and other investments to protect sensitive data when we talk about autonomous transport. To reach the 2050 goal, it's not enough to only have zero-emission fuels. If you look at the red little part there, we need to work with ITS, intelligent transport systems, technology, and digitalization. Better utilization of each vehicle, better utilization of the infrastructure, optimization of transport operations, integrated modes of transport, multimodal, automation of vehicles and vessels. By doing that, this all contributes to fewer vehicles, lower emissions, better utilization of land, area, fewer accidents. All this can be reached only through collaboration. Collaboration helps identifying the common goals, such as the 2050, sharing data, and developing new solutions that will improve the future of mobility, like the vision I told you in the beginning, smarter, safer, and more sustainable transport. We need to work with regulation and standards, financing models, attitude, behavior change, sharing data and information, and cooperation. Achieving zero emission in transport will require coordinated effort from all of us, from the governments, from businesses, and all the individuals here as well. It requires long-term commitment and also an investment in low-carbon technology and infrastructure. And we all need to promote sustainable and travel behaviors. That was pretty much right on time.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. I think the entire audience here is aware of how fast Norway got to a really high penetration of EVs a few years ago. And I know that your federal road agency is very proactive in this field, but is there a reason to think that Norway will also be early on to catch on to sort of deploy full-scale digital connected road traffic?
Yes, because we have a very proactive road authority, and the authorities are very willingly to listen and work together with the private sector, and as I mentioned, the collaboration part. That leveraged the weight of testing and piloting, but also, as I mentioned, failing, because failing is equally important in order to progress on that innovation.
Okay, thank you. Kirill, share with us what you're up to.
Great, thank you. I have the pleasure to represent Volvo Cars here today. So good afternoon, and I work at the Open Innovation Arena, which is a department within Volvo Cars R&D, where we look at preparing Volvo Cars for different futures and uncertainties. So everything that is outside of our normal car, which is a really exciting area to be in. And today I'm actually going to talk about AI-aware scale-up, which is a project that is partially funded by Vinnova and Drive Sweden. And you see all the partners that are working with us on the bottom there. And this is a really exciting project. It's looking about mobility in the traffic systems from a system level perspective. So gathering all kinds of data and trying to analyze and figure out with the main goal of actually seeing whether we can predict where an accident will take place. And if you can predict where an accident will take place, you can also prevent it, which is really useful and help us save lives. In the previous projects, we've run this project in Sweden. We used vehicle as a data source, as well as external data sources to gather as much situational awareness about traffic as much as we can. And now in 2023, we're doing this in California to get our boots on the ground and actually get to know the local ecosystems, get to know new players, and understand the differences between Sweden and California and America in general, not only in terms of what data is available, but attitudes. Are people more willing to give up data in America? How come the United States is much further ahead of Europe when it comes to looking at data and analyzing data? So it's a really, really exciting avenue. We will look at the bilateral policy surrounding the data usage. Yeah. And if you have a company that is you've invested in, if you're an investor or know someone who has this kind of data to help us analyze, please get in touch and we can talk afterwards. It would be really interesting. And the goals of our project is to calculate the accident risk estimation, so how likely an accident is going to take place. Safe speed, can you tell a car to drive slower perhaps to avoid an accident or go to a different route altogether, avoiding a potentially hazardous place? And also looking at energy movement. How can we support the grid when we have a 100 kilowatt battery standing in an area from moving from a communal town to somewhere more city center, how we can balance the grid. So it's something that has not really been done before and very new that we should take advantage of. And this helps us to move closer to the promise of Vision Zero that we have in Sweden, so no one should die or be seriously injured in a crash, which is also a vision of Volvo Cars. But if you look at mobility system, I actually came across a very interesting picture by a presentation from business school at University of Gothenburg, which is based on a study where a professor looked at comparing a game of football is what you see here. It's a round football pitch, and everyone has a ball. They have their own rules that they play by, and they also have their own goal, and they can hit any goal they like. There is a lot of different rules that they make up as they go along, and I thought that this picture has a very good parallel to the mobility system in general. We have various players, e-scooters, cars, trucks, car shares, and they all have their own goal, their own rules that they abide by. And what we need is some sort of a centralized place that can look into, okay, what is available, what is possible, where should we head? So it's quite a topical picture. So it's organized chaos. Yeah, so if you can imagine, if we could predict an accident taking place by using the data that we have, and what if we can avoid that accident altogether by saying to a person, well, you should not drive this way, or you should slow down because there is a traffic light that is red, and if you slow down by 10 kilometers an hour, you will hit the green lane. The mobility system become much more sustainable and worry-free. So that's what we're doing, and we have a seminar workshop tomorrow, which I encourage you to attend. You can still sign up. It's at our tech office here in Sunnyvale. We will talk more about this project in general. Yeah.
Thank you, Kirill. Just curious here, Volvo has a great safety record in its history here, and some whatever 60 years it was the first to introduce the 3-point safety belt. That started the wave of passive safety happening in cars. Then over the last 20, 30, 40 years, we've seen a lot of growth in active driver assistance system, active safety. What you're talking about here in AI Aware is more like predictive safety. Is that the next trend? Is that something that you truly believe will be on all new vehicles here 10 years from now or sooner?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the more we look into this, the greater the answer is that yes, this is incredibly important, and it's all about having access to the data. If you look at active safety, an airbag is deployed within milliseconds. It has to be incredibly fast to protect the person inside of the car. But if you know well in advance, you have minutes and sometimes even longer, that there is some sort of a danger that you can avoid, perhaps a drunk driver somewhere, with the use of vehicle-to-everything technologies where cars can communicate. This will be a really pivotal point to make the roads and cars safer.
Good. All right, so Andrew, you gave some examples on digital applications that are all over the place that we all use, and there are certainly some such examples like ride-hailing apps, as you mentioned, and others. But there's also a lot of things that doesn't happen. Still haven't got a really good work to sort of book your tickets, combining different transportation modes, the digitalized tools for ride sharing, between peer-to-peer ride sharing or car sharing is not that great. And right, Christopher, you sort of lack the overall system vision on logistics in whole. So why is that it's taken so long, generally speaking? There seems to be so much more to do apart from those early successes.
Absolutely, yes, lots more to do. And one of the things that I'll mention, and maybe it's sort of an overly simplified answer, but the application of the mobility data specification and its open source standard is really focused on the internal kind of planning, management, regulatory side. And it's proven to be a very successful way for public agencies to be able to manage the increasing digital mobility on the street. But where we're really coming up short is on the integration and the kind of the standardization across modes for the consumer. And that's where we don't have like an MDS equivalent for all across different shared modes from a consumer perspective. So when you're trying to access digital mobility, you can have that sort of seamless and walled garden-less experience across different, whether it's from public transport to other types of privately operated modes. So that's not the realm of the Open Mobility Foundation yet, but it's certainly an important area of focus for the kind of the future of digital mobility as we go forward.
Building on that, Christopher, you like I said, you sort of took things in your own hands and started building the Saga system to deal with all the data. Is that going to be an isolated Android system for forever, or are you open to open that up into like an open source, like Andrew's?
What we are seeing from our perspective is two things. First, fragmentation, and second, legacy. And if you combine those things, you will never get any change done whatsoever. So from our perspective, it was very straightforward. If we'll make any dent to what we have, we need to do it on our own. And by showing that this is really possible now with large-scale commercial deployment, we are looking forward to opening up our systems and also enabling other actors to collaborate together with us, because this is much larger than one particular company. It's very well illustrated, I would say, in what is on our screens now, that we need to get to a point where we are playing on the same pitch. That is not the case today. But if we can get on the same pitch and we can have multiple goals and work together, that is how we create a new transportation system that is connected and electric.
Eleni?
Well, I just want to say that I just mentioned that EU project that both Einrad and Volvo is taking part of, and also DAF and where there we have competitors, but also looking at finding the solutions together, because you can't do it on your own, Volvo can't do it on your own. So together we need to find these the way forward. So we need to have these projects, activities together and collaborate in order to find the playing field. There's a lot of football terms here now because of that. We need to take that picture.
And I think,
a really good picture. You wanted to comment, Carol? Yeah.
I think that might be another, I don't know how to transfer that analogy from football maybe from soccer to football, but a little bit of a difference between, I think, what's happening in the US versus in Europe. I see there's a lot of collaboration, a lot of kind of forward thinking. And in the US, there's a lot of, let's just get started, do something now. We all don't have a glass ball, but I think that some of the system here will need to break before it gets better. And I know we had more of a conversation on grids and that side before, but I think with the lack of some of the planning that we're seeing, and for example, folks not being able to pay for their power anymore, the system will break in a sense, because we're building redundancy into everything. We're building a secondary network for like autonomous vehicles. How can we have them be fit in, and that all costs a lot more money than rethinking things from the beginning. So my hypothesis, and happy to be challenged on that, is that we will see some things break before we get to the next level of the iteration.
And who's going to be paying for it?
That's a good question. I think on the electricity utility side, we're going to see some bankruptcies. We're going to see personal bankruptcies. Already seeing that with homeowners, but also small, medium-sized businesses. People will go out of business because they can't pay for the power, can't pay for some of the transportation system that we're putting in place. And then, I think on the bright side, I don't want to say it's all gloom and doom. There are a lot of private investors like myself and like our LPs really invested in the transition and seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So there's a lot of private capital pouring into that. Some of that might be lost, but we don't see any, albeit there's kind of shift in public markets in the climate and energy tech space. There's a lot of private capital interested in figuring out what are the profit pools in this transition.
Who's going to pay for it is a really important question, especially as you look to sort of new mobility forms that are often coming into cities with VC backing. That they're starting up and they're very consumer facing, and there's many examples of them now. But from the city perspective, oftentimes there is a little bit of a disconnect between the policies that they put in place in regulating these new modes of transportation and their larger policy objectives, whether that's equity or climate or even things like congestion or efficiency in the system. And they're not, the public agencies aren't choosing to make the investments in these systems that they are in things like more traditional public transport. And there's some of these we've already seen, like from the micromobility perspective, that ecosystem is sort of in a state of flux right now, where not all of the current players that are in cities globally are going to survive, because they're all reliant on sort of this notion that transportation can pay for itself, where if we look back through history, there's been almost no form of publicly available transportation that has actually paid for itself. It's generally required a public subsidy. And yet we're not yet to a place where the public is able to or willing to make significant investments, at least on the micromobility side, even though micromobility can be one small piece of the effort to try to achieve some of those larger policy objectives around equity or climate change. And fortunately, cities are getting data from these systems via MDS that they're then able to demonstrate that, yes, people are riding scooters to better access public transport, or scooters, for example, are filling transport sort of neighborhoods that lack access to public transport from an equity perspective.
How important are standards in the context, Kirill? I mean, you built the system up in an Volvo Cars environment, but would you rather do that in an open environment like MDS?
Yeah, standards play a big role, of course. If it's adopted more widely, then you get a lot more data, more insights out of it. So absolutely, I think that plays a huge role. But maybe if we segue back to data ownership and how much value there is in the data, which was your first question in the very beginning, and we talk about who can fund all these things, we should not forget that data is valuable. Sometimes as consumers we are a bit oblivious just how valuable it is. There are companies that pay a great deal of money for this data, and that could potentially be a part of the solution. So if we talk about a more efficient traffic system where data is shared, that could then money be flowing back into consumers' hands or people's hands for the greater benefit, of course. Then it requires oversight how that data is used, and I think that's how open source standards could be utilized to make sure that it's not abused by a player somewhere.
Yeah, no, I think we don't want to repeat the mistakes we did in the cellular business like 30 years ago when there were 5 competing standards on cell phones. That would be disastrous for this development. But speaking about data, Christopher, are you going to? I mean, you're going to do a lot of mileage with your trucks eventually here. Are you looking at selling data as a revenue source?
Well, going back to the aspect of who's going to pay for it all, we talked about legacy, and we talked about the impact that legacy is having not only on systems but also on the policy side. Yeah. What we are seeing from our perspective, going back to the discussion we just have, is that we are seeing policy-driven initiative that has too much legacy in it. Let me take a very good example. There are programs for subsidizing trucks, which is one-to-one, which means that you need to have a diesel truck in order to get subsidies for an electric. That doesn't really fit everyone who would like to run really, really fast and make a lot of impact. So that kind of legacy that we are seeing that is sort of spilling over into the frameworks of the rollouts now to make the installed capacity what it needs to be in order for us to have a proper system change. That is really important that we avoid. Speaking of data, I mean, this is a game of data to make this transition, because we have different ranges if we compare diesel with electric, that we know very well. But when we have rolled out our solutions, when we actually reduce the number of trucks in a particular fleet, that really speaks to the power of using data and have a very data-driven approach, and also opening up ecosystems to new actors. A final point relates to data sharing. If we could have an industry where we can be on the same pitch data-wise and get more openness into the system, I think we can foster a lot of innovation that can really set new standards in the next 10, 15 years from now.
Yeah, I think it's the data part is a really important problem to solve, and I just took a look at the National Security Strategy that was published last week, and I think that could have a really big impact on the space, as it's aiming to shift the responsibility from holding people's data secure to the actual vendor. So today, municipalities, hospitals, folks who don't really have the staff and have the know-how on like how to fix breaches and fix holes, they're at the end responsible for making the systems work. Whereas when we shift that and they ask their vendors, well, we buy something from you, you make sure we can't be hacked, and if we do so, we're going to sue you. That kind of shift of reliability, I think, gives me a lot of hope that we can actually get to the data and get to utilizing it, and get to also the public acceptance of, there is somebody who has the means to actually monetize data, and I have a say in that, and everybody has more transparency around that.
Jenny, you're working closely with the government agencies. Should they play a role here and be more clear in what they want the market to do?
Well, definitely. And we see also from an EU perspective, the Data Delegated Act is on the approach. And so this is a huge issue that we need to work on together. So yeah, definitely.
Perhaps maybe if I can add, I have a data point from a recent study done in Sweden, where they looked at attitudes of consumers towards data sharing. And 54% of Swedes responded that they're never in favor of sharing data, yet 47% accept cookie notices without reading them. And also 74% of those people said that we would be happy to share the data if there was some money involved.
There you go. I think that summarizes this discussion very well. We have a lot of fight ahead of us here, but we could continue here for the entire afternoon, but I know we have 200 people here who are very hungry for lunch here, so I want to thank my panelists and Christopher for joining us, and please give them a warm hand.
Thank you, and we have a small gift for you as well. Hello. Now we go. Here we go. Well, welcome back. I hope everybody got something to eat and drink, and that you are replenished on energy, because now we have our third and last pitch session. I have some recommendations for the companies that are giving a pitch. Keeps the microphone close to your mouth. That was something that was recommended by the audience. As you might see, there is a few seats that have been reserved. We will have a delegation visiting us later. So we've had some instructions. We've had some instructions regarding the visit. So when the high-level guest, which is the president of Finland, the Republic of Finland, when he arrives and when he leaves, we are asked to be seated, to stay seated. That is, I hope, correct. Okay, and then let's run the slides. And here we go. AI 21.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Do you hear me? Thank you. I'm here to talk about ethical AI and trust in advanced technologies. It's a pretty big responsibility for all of us, not just for us, for our children and for the next generations. When we talk about responsible use of these new technologies, it's all about really documenting that we comply with legislations, best practice, ethical guidelines, and so on and so forth. This is a pretty daunting task from a technical perspective, but it is precisely what my company do. So we have an AI platform, MLOps platform, combined with an equally advanced governance, risk, and compliance platform. With that, you can document, validate, certify that you are following criteria, regulations, best practice, ethical guidelines. We are here to meet clients, partners, and not least investors. We are out of Copenhagen. We are 70 people, 70 employees, doing
Thank
6 million.
All right, and then we have Sauli.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for being here. It's been said that by 2027, there's going to be two kinds of companies. Those who use AI and those who are bankrupt. So that's basically what we do. We try to help companies to avoid bankruptcy. So Silo is an AI consulting company. We are the biggest private AI lab in Europe. We have 250 people working for us. A lot of brain power. Half of the people are PhDs in AI. So if you have a product which has AI or you would like to enhance with AI, please talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have Uni.
Hello, smart people. Uniki masters AI for smart spaces. We create smart manufacturing lines and the facilities by using smart spaces to tackle global labor and massive shortage, typically focused on tasks that are done in the high-skilled and the complex environments. In addition, that smart space in the manufacturing lines can improve efficiency, safety, quality, and sustainability goals. Uniki has been trusted partner by several global companies and the industries. Just to mention a few US-based, Ford, HP, and the Qualcomm. If you missed my demo during the lunch break, find me to the next break so I can show the demo and then we can discuss more. Thanks.
Right on the second. Thank you. Yes, we're moving on with Daya.
Thank you. We're launching a new logo today. Okay. Well, my name's Jennifer, and I'm a co-founder of Daya. And we're sort of the odd one out here today. Daya means mother, and we're on a mission to revolutionize women's health using tech innovation. It's also known as femtech. And women today have quite a few options. They have no options at all when it comes to preventive care or getting the right treatment out there. But they are starting to wake up and ask for new solutions. So the femtech market is set to be worth 50 billion in just a few years. And that market is our primary tool at Daya. We build solutions and launch companies and create sustainable profit for women who want to create tech for each other. And yeah, you know the drill. You just come talk to us if you're curious. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's see if this works. Yes.
Hi, I'm Anna Fellander, founder and CEO of AI, a responsible AI governance platform for innovations that humans can trust. 85% of all AI projects are leading to misguided results due to data bias, bias in algorithms, and bias in the teams responsible for managing them. This poses costly and ungoverned risk across sectors. AI is a platform for screening, assessing, mitigating, and reporting your AI projects' exposure to ethical pitfalls and risks. This is urgent, not because your organization wants to do the right thing, but because EU AI Act is around the corner, the first legislation on AI. You need to report and understand how your AI projects are causing or not causing harm to people and society. AI marries together AI governance with ISO risk management standard. Time to act now. Innovations that humans can trust.
Thank you, Anna. Then we have our last pitching company, Eleni, who's unfortunately also here virtually.
Hi, my name is Marta, and this is the future. Eleni is an Estonian-based technology company with a center of excellence located in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. We develop and manufacture autonomous robot carriers. The challenges we are solving are high last mile operational costs and the shortage of drivers. Our solution, Eleni One, an all-electric, lightweight, multifunctional, autonomous robot carrier. We will bring down the last mile labor costs by 80 to 90%, and we will need only one operator to telesupervise 5 to 10 carriers simultaneously. Why is Eleni unique? Because we are offering commercial services on public roads already today in 3 countries. In Estonia, we deliver packages with DHL Express and DPD. In Belgium, we're delivering groceries to private customers with Colruyt Group, and in Lithuania, with Iki Supermarkets. Eleni is looking to raise $25 million, and we're inviting you to join us to shape the future of last mile delivery together.
Oh, thank you. Well, then it's time for our third session during Bifrost Summit. And today we will be talking about AI and data. To help us, to guide us through this session, I would like to ask my colleague Annie Lindmark to step up on stage. She is focusing on emergent technology and innovation, and in specific data-driven innovation, open innovation, foresight, and future of tech. Her work and advocacy for innovation, new technologies, and gender equality has earned her a recognition within politics and public sector. So please help me to welcome Annie Lindmark.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much, Marcus, for that introduction. What a day it has been so far, and also we are not done yet, and that feels exciting and very great, I think. Amazing speakers, amazing companies, and more to come. And now it's time, as Marcus said, to enter the third and last of at least thematic part of this day, where we will focus on AI and data, currently two of a handful exponential developing technologies, fields representing both opportunities and challenges, as we already touched upon so many times today. Challenges including privacy, security, bias, ethical considerations, and the need of increased in transparency and accountability. Also, the growing concern that AI may amplify existing biases, leading to unfair treatment of individuals and groups. But at the same time, we also know the extreme potential that AI and data has, and also that we have seen for businesses, governments, and individuals. Providing more informed decisions, providing efficiency, creating new products, services, and changing whole industries. Also, with the ability to gain insights about human behavior, create personalized experience for users, and drive innovation across industries. And as these fields continues to evolve, it will be totally critical to ensure that the use of AI and data is guided by principles of fairness, transparency, and accountability in order to create a sustainable, safe, and inclusive tomorrow for all. And also, I think it's very important to highlight that we continue to talk about narratives of possible futures, to evoke insights and feelings about different realities and how they may become reality or not. And with this said, we will now have both a keynote and then also an expert panel where we dig into this a little bit more and hear their thoughts about it. It's now time to welcome up our keynote for this part, Staffan Trevé, CTO and co-founder at Record Future, who will talk about how we can use AI to help protect the free world, and on the theme, securing our world with intelligence in real time and in internet scale. Welcome up, Staffan.
Thank you very much, and hi everyone. Always challenging to speak after lunch. I hope you can stay awake. I thought I would provoke Annie and the rest of you with a little question first of all. So, if I can get my slide here. There you go. So, already heard mentioned ethical AI. Do you know what the big problem with ethical AI is? Anyone take a stab? Okay, so the huge problem with ethical AI is only the good guys care about it. This is a very serious thing actually, and so what I thought I would touch on today is this, maybe a bit provocative, but I think we who are in this business actually need to start thinking about how can we deploy the magical tools we have to actually fight evil. Because, as I said, the bad guys, they will be using these tools more and more. They have no ethical restrictions on what they do. And if we're going to win this battle, we actually have to sort of activate ourselves against it. And we happen at Record Futures to have been doing this for 15 years now. We started out thinking that we would work on geopolitical risk, but we've now evolved into all kinds of threats, like cyber threats, influence operations, all kinds of things. So I'm going to talk a bit about what we do, essentially. So we're in super exciting times now, right? Everyone has heard something like this. Human capacity evolves very, very slowly. Machines now are exploding in terms of performance, and we're getting closer and closer to the magical point where actually machines exceed humans in at least specific tasks. Note that I was very cautious here. I did not put a time scale on the x-axis. But you can all think about your own time axis, x-axis there if you like. But still, nevertheless, we need to start thinking about what can we do given that we're at this situation. So I think it's been an interesting, last 20 years, people have more and more been building digital twins of the world in different ways. And depending on what you decide to focus on, you get different companies. If you focus on shopping, you get Amazon. If you focus on search, you get Google. If you focus on music, you get Spotify. And we decided to focus on threats. That's what was behind Record Future. So they all essentially work the same. You build a massive machinery to collect information from all over the world, mostly the internet. You put various kinds of analysis on top of that. You add a little bit of human analysts. You add a little bit of algorithms. You present that in some nice way. But really, what your focus is decides what effect you can have. So we decided, as I said, to focus on threats. We also have some other beliefs, which I think were true 10, 15 years ago. They're equally true today. The fact that when you build these kind of systems, you need to think about it not as algorithms or humans. It is and will for a long time be the combinations of algorithms and humans. You know, in the chess world, they like to call this centaurs. You have a good chess program and a good human chess player. Together, up till very recently, they would beat any chess program in the world. And interestingly, I think it's the same in almost every domain if you look at it. You need to figure out what should the machines do, what should the humans do, and how do you do the interaction point. Maybe the most dramatic example is things like self-driving cars. You know, the hardest thing, when the car decides that it cannot drive anymore itself, how do you do handover at 100 kilometers per hour in the highway, for example? But it goes into every single system, really. So that's what we're trying to do, to build something for both humans and machines and to think about how they work together. The other sort of driving thing is, particularly to the threat intelligence or the cybersecurity market, is that there are sort of three things coming together. One is the massive increase in volume of cyber attacks, which, you know, you all read about that, ransomware here and ransomware there, and so on, which of course means there's enormous amounts of data to work with. Second one is that there's a huge skills shortage. There are estimates that globally the shortage of skilled people in cyber is somewhere like 2.7 million people lacking, if you sort of aggregate it up. And the third is that the guys you're up against are super smart, well-funded, extremely well-motivated, whether they are state actors, you know, paid by governments, or if they are criminals, just criminals, they all have huge incentives and they are not dumb guys. So, you know, that makes it a great, fun, challenging problem to work on. So that's what we decided to try to attack. And we decided when to do this to sort of look not as traditional security. So this is how IT security has been built for the last 1,000 years. You know, you take your valuable assets, you build a wall around them, high as thick as possible, and then your security guys run around on the inside of that wall and try to see if there's any bad guy who managed to get in. So by definition, they're always too late. So what we're saying that the idea of intelligence, you know, and this is of course again an ancient idea, is to start by looking at the outside. Are the guys outside the wall sort of planning to sort of tear down the door, or are they out there trying to steal information about how to get in, or are they selling stuff already that they bought or stole, sorry, from you on the inside? So by looking at the outside, you as a good guy looking at the outside, you can get the same view that the bad guys have. And that means that you can actually prevent things, not only react once things have happened already. So that's the key idea. And of course, these days, collecting information has become so much easier because the world runs on the internet, right? So this is the hypothesis we had, you could say, when we started thinking about this way back in 2007. And of course, it's become increasingly true. We used to say that the world was that the internet was a reflection of the world. One of the scary things which has happened since then is really this. I mean, now the world is becoming a reflection of the internet instead. So a lot of bad stuff actually originates on the networks. You know, you start out in some Reddit discussion group or 4chan or wherever those guys hang out, you guys, hang out, and then all of a sudden it materializes into physical threats. So it's bad news because things spread much quicker. It's actually good news in the sense that we actually have a chance of finding early on that some of these things are happening, and if we want to, we could actually have a chance to stop them. So there's sort of both despair and hope, if you like, in this observation. The other thing we noticed is that threats are converging more and more. If you look at it, you know, you started to worry about physical threats way back, then cyber threats became a thing, then over recent years, the influence operations, whether it's against nations or societies or companies, have become more and more important. But these threats are all converging. And the thing is that they're converging in such a way that you can often, by looking at all of them, find the earliest indicator. Again, the war in Ukraine is a terrible example of this, of course, that everything happens at the same time. But if you look back, you know, 24th of February last year when the war started, there were signals out there on the internet on the 23rd that this was going to happen. Russia sort of escalated their cyber attacks on Ukraine significantly the day before. And the most amusing example is, of course, the fact that you could actually go in on Google Traffic and see that there was preparations for an invasion, because you could see on Google Traffic that there were lots of tanks or vehicles lining up close to the Ukrainian border. So if you know how to look for these digital signals, you can actually use that to anticipate threats, which is the key to defending. So that's our whole idea. What we do at Recorded Future is that we gather all the intelligence we can from the internet. Everything from big media down to social media. We harvest criminal forums. We go into the darkest places where people sell stolen goods, where people ask to buy goods, and so on. And we also collect technical data, all the domains that are registered, certificates, even network traffic data. So we get all these early signals, and by aggregating them, we can actually find the early warning signals. And we need to do this, of course, a huge scale. So essentially what we've done is we've mapped up all the good guys, not all the good guys. We have about 1 to 2 million companies, organizations that we today have perfect knowledge of their external threat surface, as we call it. So we know which domains and IPs they own. We know everything about the externally visible technology that they have. You know, we know that company is running this and that version of the web server. We know what vulnerabilities are associated with it. We know who's working there. We know where their offices are and so on. And we've done the same thing for the bad guys. So we know their toolbox. We know, you know, for each of these 3,000-something threat actors we're tracking, we know what resources they have. So that means that we can actually match those and then see how much threat is this guy to that guy. I'll come back to that in a second. So it's really a question of building this complete digital twin. So everything from the core of the internet, you know, how it actually runs and works in real time, through all the way up to the content, so analyzing all the text and images and so on. And actually, one of the more important parts, the thing in between, the code. So one of the things we're doing is we're tracking both as much good code as we can. So we're monitoring code repositories. We can see when people are accidentally uploading their passwords to code repositories. It happens every day, even in the best of organizations. But we can also, by analyzing malware, see how they are shifting their attack methods. We can see when they are starting to attack a new version of a software or when they're giving up on something. We can track the geographies they're active in and things like that. And what we're really building is, we call this the intelligence graph, which is this collection of all the information we gather. And we've been doing this for 15 years now. So this is a graph. Think of it as containing 100 billion nodes and thousands of billions of connections between them, with a time dimension in that. So we can actually do magical kinds of analysis. And then around that, you can think of it as a little cloud of satellites analyzing that data. You know, computing risk, humans who are correcting things which have gone wrong by the algorithms, algorithms correcting things which humans have done, and so forth. So it's really a buzzing system. And the task is really to automate the whole intelligence cycle, to start by automating the collection of all this intelligence, by automating the sort of early stages of analysis, all the way up to actually giving advice on what should you do right now to protect your organization or your company or your country in the best possible way. Just a tiny example. So one important thing when it comes to this, to be able to automate, you need to be able to prioritize. So one thing we do today is in real time, we assign risk scores to some 2 billion different things, all the IP addresses and domains and a couple of million companies and so on. So for a company like, I just picked BMW randomly. Anyone from BMW here? No? Good. So what we can do in real time is to give a score of how bad a shape is the company in. And actually, people are using this for their third-party checklists. So if a company is at 86, which is a pretty high score, even if it's a big company, that's the level where we say that if you're doing business with this company, or especially if you're integrating your systems with their systems, you should probably think twice, because they have some problem of some kind. You know, it could be that in this case, I didn't keep that. In this case, I think it's because they actually had some infected machines. So there were known machines in BMW's networks talking to malware command and control servers. And we can detect that from network traffic. Or we can see that they had few hundred leaked credentials. You know, we don't know how they were leaked, but it's an indication that their security is not at the level it should be, given what they're doing. Similarly, you need to give people tools for prioritizing. So, you know, there are thousands of threat actors out there, and many of them are very focused. They go after a specific geography or a specific industry or something else like that. Some go after everything which can run, essentially, but many of them are quite focused. So another thing we produce is what we call threat maps. So for these thousands of threat actors multiplied by the millions of companies we're tracking, we're computing for each one of those pairs essentially two parameters, more than two, but two you can explain easily. So one is the intent. How likely is it, based on what we know about the world, that this threat actor would go after this company? You know, if you're a bank in the Baltics and all the other Baltic banks have been attacked, it's very likely that you'll be the next target, because they are very rational, these guys. They go after as many as they can in the same sector. Reuse, as it's called. And opportunity is the other dimension here. And the opportunity is the weaknesses you have in your systems intersected with the toolbox of the bad guys. You know, so you have an old version of the web server running. They have a malware in their portfolio which can attack exactly that weak version. And again, we've mapped this up. We know what things look like. So essentially, you know, as any management consultant knows, you should look in the upper right corner. And essentially, in this case, you'll find the guys who are both highly motivated and have the abilities to attack. And of course, when you prioritize what patches you apply to your system, you should go after that corner. That's the best way to quickly reduce risk. And anyone who hasn't sort of cleared up the upper right corner should be deeply concerned or get a new job or something. I don't know. So let's get a little bit technical. So one of the big changes happening over the last year, and everyone became aware of this in November, I guess, when ChatGPT was launched, was that happened tremendous things in language technology. So we've been doing language technology or NLP since 2010, something like that, essentially automating the collections of tens of millions of documents every day and organizing them automatically to know what's talking about which things and so on. But it's been an interesting trip, over the last 8 years maybe, to go from deep learning models, and today what we can do when we're building these things, we can actually use off-the-shelf big models like BERT or GPT or whatever, which dramatically, essentially, performance might not have be so much better, but the speed with which you can deploy new models and the number of languages you can deploy it in has gone up dramatically. So that means that we can keep better track in real time of what the threats actually look like. This is our first little pet, Terror Birch, the first BERT-based model we did, my favorite token. And of course, the same thing is happening with images. You've all probably played with DALL-E and something, and underneath these fun image generation tools, there are also some new magical models. Clip is one of those models, which combines text and images. So you can use that to search for things, but you can actually also use it to analyze images. So, for example, to help Ukraine government, we build models so that they now can automatically detect when Russians are posting images on drones on Telegram or VKontakte, so they can more quickly see what they're talking about, what they're doing, and so on. And I think if you generalize this, I think the interesting thing is that the emergence of these foundation models, these large pre-trained models, has changed the landscape for anyone wanting to do AI. So, it used to be that you had to start from scratch, get all your data, annotate your data, and so on. These days, you can save tremendous amounts of time by taking one of these off-the-shelf models and you apply your own proprietary data to your specific domain. So back to this thing I said in the beginning, the fun thing happening now is that, we've never had as much data as we do. We've never had as much cheap compute power, and we've never had as much open source software. So, I think for anyone who's not already doing this, think about how you can take in your domain off-the-shelf models, apply your own proprietary data, and build new magic stuff. It's pretty exciting, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Staffan, for a very inspiring, interesting, and insightful presentation, which frames both the opportunities, challenges, and also picturing some future scenarios. And that is also a perfect segue into the next part of the session, where we will hear from more experts talking about how we can, global markets and different rules, competitiveness, innovation, and global impact of AI. And to moderate this panel, I am honored to welcome up Anne-Marie Engtoft Larsen, Tech Ambassador of Denmark, up to the stage. Warm welcome, Anne-Marie.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Please, panelists, if you can come on up, and then I'll start introducing you. Looking around, hoping they're all here. Anyway, my name is Anne-Marie Larsen. I am Denmark's Tech Ambassador, and I made the trek up from Palo Alto to be here with all of you, and it's a great pleasure. As we're setting up here, I want to highlight, let's see if we have enough microphones. Perfect. Excellent. You know what, I'll start up here with this one. Great. Excellent. So today we're going to spend the next 39 minutes and 52 seconds talking about artificial intelligence. And so the thing about AI is we often have these sort of hypothetical conversations about artificial intelligence, but it is already with us, for my sake, I think, from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed. And it is the fabric that so much of us is resting upon. And it's whether helping us navigate from A to B, finding the quickest route through San Francisco, helping me and my husband choose what to see on Netflix. It's been doing a lot of matchmaking lately, and for quite a lot of people deciding who their future spouse is going to be. But it's also part of this almost invisible fabric that's being woven right now that is the digital infrastructure of our industries. We see AI already making a huge influence, whether it's on the green transition, in healthcare, in industry efficiency, in questions around energy and in infrastructure. And so today we're going to talk about what is the best context, what are the best rules for making sure that this high expectations that we still have to artificial intelligence. And hearing some of the pitches here, I think it's a good reminder, what do we really want out of artificial intelligence? Is it to make us all slightly more stupid and addicted to our phones? Or is it to solve big global challenges? Is it to take those pioneers back in the 1970s who wrote sci-fi novels to try and convey to the rest of the world that artificial intelligence really can make a difference? And I think we have yet to see, I think we're on that positive upward trajectory of AI making that true global impact, but we're still far from seeing AI solving the biggest, most challenging questions of our time. And so before I just go to this stellar panel that we have with us today, maybe just a quick show of hands. I would take, and this is my judgment of all of you, I would take that a Bifrost audience, you guys are pretty optimistic about AI. Can you nod? Some of you pretty optimistic? Good. Otherwise you wouldn't be here, right? This is, you're in the heart of the tech land. But what I do want to see, a quick show of hands before we start the panel. How many of you believe that we actually need less regulation to unleash healthy, amazing AI? We need less regulation and allow entrepreneurs and industry to just move fast, maybe break a few things. Show of hands. Who thinks less regulation? Okay. This is a very Nordic audience, huh? So how many think more regulation? Okay. Welcome to Scandinavia in San Francisco. And with that, we're going to kick it off. So with us today, we have a wonderful panel. We have Eleni Firstman, who is the Vice President and Head of Global AI Accelerator at Ericsson, who, apart from being one of a company that I'm a Scandinavian very, very proud of, obviously you know them from networking and telco, but also increasingly for AI. Then we have, to represent King of Regulation, we have Gert de Graaf, who is our EU Senior Tech envoy on digital issues to the US in representing all 27 member states here today. And then we have Shilpa Kolhatkar, who's the global head of AI Nation's business development at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the king of GPUs and AIPs, and if any of you have teenagers playing a lot of computer, they will know NVIDIA because they are the leading software and hardware company when it comes to AI, and not least on gaming computers. And finally, we have Lila Danielson, who is the CEO of Elliptic Labs. You do smart sensors using AI to, I saw, make devices smarter, more human, and environmentally friendly. So with that, we're going to kick it off, and I'm going to start with you, Shilpa, if you don't mind. Let's start with a good broad question, and that's also an opportunity for you to introduce a little bit more of what you do. How can AI be used to improve global economic competitiveness, seen from NVIDIA's point of view?
Great question. Very happy to be here, by the way, and see this tremendous event being put together by the Nordic Innovation House. But as Anne-Marie mentioned, I head the AI Nations Initiative, right, at NVIDIA. And we all know smart cities. And just like there's smart cities, there's smart nations. But we take it a step further, and there's AI nations. And what I can see with the panels and pitch competitions that happened here so far is that these nations that are represented here today have that perfect storm of AI in the terms of government, academia, and industry collaborations, probably already very healthy collaborations underway. And that is what I'm doing at NVIDIA, is to help nations achieve their or accelerate their AI journeys. And NVIDIA started out as a gaming company. Yes, every teenager probably is, many teenagers, including my son who's not yet a teenager, is a gamer. And we started as a gaming company, but now we are also an AI company. And it's been an exciting journey so far in my 5 years so far at NVIDIA. Since I engage with a lot of heads of states and different countries across the globe, I've seen that the race for just the competency on AI is tremendous out there. And there are certain pockets of the world where there is certainly a lot more activity, innovation happening. I think this event today is a true testament of something like that happening for the Nordics region. It is one of those that is at the very forefront of the innovation, especially, which I see happening in a very spectacular fashion. But in terms of the impact on the global economic landscape of AI, since AI is mainstream now, whether it is anything in varying degrees across the countries, whether it's unlocking your phone or whether it's asking for a recommendation for a restaurant you want to go, or whether it is asking ChatGPT to write your college application. So in various degrees, everybody in the world is using AI. And because of that, we know that everybody is a consumer. The question to ask is, who is producing the AI? And are governments capitalizing on that opportunity to be the producer of AI, right? So it's about, in the past, there used to be the traditional factories which used to determine the GDP of a country, and now it's going to be these AI factories. So I think in terms of the readiness of governments, of industries, it is about capturing that opportunity to be the producers of AI, and that can be done primarily in 3 ways. It is the combination of your human readiness, the talent, the skill set. It is the infrastructure that the country has, and then it is around having the right policies and regulations in the country. So these 3 ingredients can really prepare a nation, as well as a business, to be prepared for that global impact of AI.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Shilpa. Well, that leads me to you, Gert. What does it, Shilpa said 3 things: skill set, human resources, infrastructure, and the right regulations. Europe is leading on regulations, not only on AI, but a number of issues. But looking at AI, and from the European perspective, can you talk a little bit about how does EU regulation, how is that seen in regards to creating more competitive markets? AI that is delivering on economic opportunities, on innovation, and at the same time addressing some of the high-risk cases that we're also talking about when it comes to AI.
Yes, I mean, thank you for that question. I think, first of all, Europe wants to lead on AI production as well. I mean, we're not just, I've been told, look, you are the Silicon Valley of regulation in Europe. We want to be the Silicon Valley also in terms of production of technologies, not just end up as being users of technology, and we're kind of doing our thing to put these framework conditions into place. I mean, you asked, well, how is regulation going to help? I think, first of all, I think we have to ask ourselves, what are we regulating, rather than say we regulate AI. We don't regulate AI across the board. We focus on AI, which is posing high risk to our societies, to the kind of our way of life, to our fundamental values. And that is less than 10% of all AI that is in the market. And so when you said, look, we use AI every day in order to get recommendations for the films to watch, how to get quickly to our destinations, that is not the AI that the European Union in its regulation cares about. We're looking at AI that poses high risk, and if you are high risk, it means if you are kind of creating risk to a society, it means you have to be under high obligations. And that is nothing new either, because of course also we are used to industries that are kind of creating risks. I mean, banks are creating risk, pharmaceutical companies are creating risk, energy companies are creating risk, and nobody ever asked the question, well, why are we regulating banks or energy companies or pharmaceutical companies? We find that perfectly normal. So because we have had some instances where I think the risk has materialized, where people have clearly at least been exposed to harm or suffered harm. I mean, I know a situation from Netherlands is not a Nordic country, but that I know very well, where people were harmed significantly when they were relying on social benefits that were provided to the state, where kind of the data was biased, and therefore people actually got into significant difficulties, and some people ended up kind of with legal procedures for reasons that had nothing to do with their status and their kind of eligibility for these social benefits. So I think we all agree that artificial intelligence has great promise in industry, in climate change. I mean, simply with the technologies that we have today, and we must not just talk about AI. I think the previous speaker said it quite clearly. I mean, AI without data is nothing. AI without supercomputing is nothing. AI without Internet of Things, cybersecurity is nothing. You need to look at the whole bouquet of technologies. But if you look into an area like climate change, with the technology that exists today, we can cut emissions by 15 to 30% by making sure that our energy systems are more efficient, by making sure that kind of the buildings are, we know in the buildings like where the insulation problems arise, and then we can fix them better. So there's tremendous potential across the board. We can develop new business models. Think about agriculture at the moment. What is the business model of industry in agriculture? It's to sell more artificial fertilizer, it's to sell more pesticides to farmers. What if we turn that around with artificial intelligence and we could kind of get to a model where the focus is on a good harvest, a sustainable kind of plant kind of health, etc. And AI can give you that indication, and so you will not be using artificial fertilizer across the board. You'll be using it in specific areas where the soil really needs to be enriched. You're not going to use pesticides across the board. You're going to use it where it is most needed. So you'll be selling less pesticides, less artificial fertilizer, but you are kind of, in a way, your business model, and that's kind of something that kind of, I think, in the mindset we need to think about, is going to become more circular. So a company like Bayer wouldn't be a seller of pesticides and artificial fertilizers. It would be like a support kind of mechanism kind of to help farmers to get the best possible harvest at kind of in the most sustainable conditions at the lowest cost. So the potential is tremendous. We need to put some, what is this word that I've learned since I came here, because I never associated it. Actually, I associated the word guardrails, because what I'm talking about with motorways. So we need to put some guardrails in place, so particularly focused on the high risk. But we believe, and we're convinced that regulations, your first question, is actually a driver for innovation. If you put some of these guardrails in place, also in the European Union, we have 27 member states. They will also regulate. If we do not regulate at European Union level, it's better to have one measure in place for the whole of the European Union than 27 different measures, that we can gain a competitive advantage because the AI that will be available in the European Union will be AI that can be trusted.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Elena, let me turn to you, representing a Swedish company here in the Bay Area. For many, I think also, thinking of Ericsson, it's a company it's not a startup. On the contrary, it's a traditional technology company from Sweden. How are you and how is Ericsson preparing for the impact of AI? And how does that taint how you think about competitiveness and your role and product in the market?
Yes, thank you for this question. I think the benefits are amazing. That what we discussed is as an infrastructure vendor, we are kind of employing or using AI in the optimization of this infrastructure, of course, very much, because I typically say the communication, working in a telecommunication company, you only think about it when it doesn't work. So, or in a similar way, you will always think about AI when it doesn't really perform. So obviously we are using AI for our infrastructure, and our infrastructure is also part of enabling the AI. So there are several aspects, obviously, for what we cannot see, but normally you can see it from the applications that are residing on this infrastructure, because as Jared said, it's like we need to optimize the systemic perspective of the whole system. So it is the utilization, so you don't need to install as many base stations maybe in the world to get the same performance. It's a less kind of failures that you have in your telecommunication network, is a better performance when it comes to CO2 emissions. Now coming back to being a Swedish company and different regulations and different markets, obviously one needs to kind of adhere to regulations per country. and we are building one system, and then these safeguards, or what did you say?
Guardrails.
Guardrails. Guardrails. I heard another term. We need to cage it, so it's like a cage. It's like they will be different. So these regulations will be different per country, and it's very important to kind of digitalize them and understand what are the differences. I don't think it's anything negative. I think we can turn it to our advantage, competitive advantage, because it is extremely important to deliver trustworthy algorithms, even though it's like we can say, think telecommunication network, but it's a safety critical, mission critical infrastructure that maybe sectors such as healthcare and other very safety critical sectors will be relying upon. So I think it's very important for us to develop this explainable AI, trustworthy AI, and actually guarantee that it fulfills the requirements.
Explainable AI, transparency. We're definitely going to get back to those keywords. Lila, I want to turn to you. You are one of the companies helping the old industries transform into a new era of AI, if I understand correctly, right? The sensors and the IoT, and also to what Rea said, really part of that infrastructure. Could you help us shed light on how do you see that transition going? How good are the traditional industries at harnessing those new opportunities, of using those new competitiveness capabilities and preparing for a future of AI?
Yeah. First, thank you for inviting me here. This is I am from Norway, Bergen, but I'm based here. And I also want to just say, we talked a little bit about regulation. We've done a lot of business in China, and for the people that don't know our company, because we are not as known as NVIDIA and Ericsson, we are today deployed in over 500 million devices, working with large enterprises like Lenovo, HP, Dell, other maybe not so known for the common man like Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, more Chinese companies. And I just want to mention also about regulation. Like first, when I look at adoption rates, when I look at in the different regions, I look at the Chinese companies, for example, the adoption rates of AI is, we've been building, Elliptic Labs has been building this AI virtual smart sensor platform for a decade now. It's 100% software. And the adoption rate in China has been incredible. And that's how we sort of could scale fairly fast. And talking about regulation, there's not so much regulation there in comparison to Europe. I think it's a trade-off when it comes to regulation. We started out, when we started out with building the platform, what we are doing is basically sensing, detecting if you're near or not, and then turning off devices, or we can detect your heartbeat over the air if you're breathing or not, if you fall down or not. So it's across a lot of different, and we do much more than that as well. So we can go across multiple verticals. We see companies in Europe is insanely slow in adopting, frankly, within the areas that we are at. In the US is faster. We started out from day one in focusing on using non-optical sensing technology. So basically our core focus is ultrasound. So meaning we can do all this detection and sensing without hearing a human being, without seeing the person, because we don't use camera or anything like that. We don't use standard audible that a lot of these companies are using today. So we kept that ethics as a core in our company. That was very important to us. But no offense, I think it's a trade-off with is regulation. I think it's AI fascinates me, and I'm super excited about it. But at the same time, spending so much time in Asia, I'm also scared to death about it because there are so little regulation there. And I don't know if I'm going to, this might be a little provocative, particularly this audience that thinks that we should have more regulation. I think having too much regulation, how are we gonna adopt and so much AI fast and deploy it if we are constrained by regulation? And I know it's a trade-off. Like anything, it's always a trade-off. But where is that line? And is the governments that are settling this trade-off. Do they have the knowledge? Do they understand? If you go to China, I spent a lot of time in China, and with these biggest companies in China that are growing in exponential rates, and they have busloads of people being experts, being trained in AI. And this is what we're going to compete about. And then we're going to discuss about regulation. You know, so the good part of AI is fascinating, the good part that we can do, you know. But the bad things like warfare. I mean, I know there are white papers out here that's presented to the US government. It's written by Eric Schmidt and company. For those who want to read it, it's about 750 pages. I think it's worth reading. That scares me. And then we are talking about regulations. So I know it's a trade-off, but I think the Western company adopting is definitely slower than the company, particularly in China, and even, of course, in South Korea as well.
Maybe asking the audience, how many of you are more concerned about the potential negative effects of AI being developed by people with bad intentions, however we define those, or different values, and the security implications? How many are fundamentally a little more concerned? And those of you who do not raise your hand, you're fundamentally a bit more excited about the opportunity. So is there anyone here who's more concerned than optimistic about AI? A few hands, okay. Oh, okay, maybe 15, 20%. Okay, interesting. So I want to take that to, Geert, maybe start with you from the EU perspective. This question around, we talk sometimes about the AI race with China. It's often sort of seen between the US and China, and then the rest is sort of following that. How can regulation and the approaches that the European Union is taking right now help take some of the pressure out of that, what easily becomes very securitized conversation around AI capabilities? How are you navigating that competitive part with China?
Well, I mean, China has its own way in AI. I mean, but I think if I would ask you the question, would you be comfortable using Chinese AI to take important decisions about your life? I think many people would say, well, I'm not so comfortable about it. We want trustworthy AI.
TikTok.
Well, what is happening with TikTok? Are people comfortable at kind of now with TikTok is being banned? I can't have TikTok anymore on my own devices. There are serious questions about TikTok. And it isn't just about what is happening with the data, but also how these algorithms are being programmed effectively to create addiction amongst young people. And what is then the effect? But that's a totally different discussion. But it does show, I mean, I would like to see the first Chinese AI firm producing AI in China to be successful in the European Union or in this country. I don't think we will see it for any time soon. And if we have a standard in place, because it's effectively what we're doing, we're setting a standard for trustworthy AI, particularly focused on high risk. It's the same as a standard for kind of pharmaceuticals or a standard for like other services that you provide. If you don't meet that standard, you cannot provide or sell your stuff into the European Union. So I would find it hard to see how China, with its kind of policies, which are kind of in breach of, I mean, it's not law yet, I mean, it's being negotiated, how it could be a successful competitor on the European market. And anyway, simply because of the way China works, and this is like the TikTok example, it always raises questions about to what extent are the fundamental rights in the European Union, the values on which our societies are built, our democracies are built, to what extent are they protected when we use kind of Chinese developed applications. So I am not so concerned about the competitive threat of China, because they will have, if they manufacture pharmaceuticals, we will not have Chinese pharmaceuticals into the European Union market unless they meet their tested European standards. That is not to say that we haven't got to get our own house in order. I mean, I'm very familiar with the fact, I mean, statistically, about 7 to 10% of our SMEs are using AI and data at the moment, and that is far too low. I don't think it has anything to do with regulation, because we don't have regulation in place in the European Union. It has to do with other factors, which is maybe is a skills issue, because integrating AI into your
if you're an SME, I mean, you need to have a certain degree of expertise. Maybe that expertise isn't always available in the European Union. It might have to do with like cost issues, all of these things. But it is not, we are not in a good place there. We need to see that increase quite rapidly. We've had even our large companies being slow off the mark. Now they're catching up and moving very fast. So we need to do better in that respect. But this is not because of regulation. This is because of other reasons that we need to tackle. One of the key issues where we are behind China and the US is investment. And like in all technologies, if you're being out-invested, you're being out-competed. So we need to invest much more in technologies like AI, but also in other technologies. Think about semiconductors, think about quantum, think about cyber, etc. We are being out-invested in the world, so we need to put our money where our mouth is. And that's a very important discussion which we're having at the moment in the European Union. We need to invest more. US investment in AI, 16 billion. China investment in AI, 8 billion. European investment in AI, 2 billion. Part of your explanation.
That was a call for action for any European investors out here. Shilpa, let me turn to you. I know that NVIDIA has been quite engaged both in the OECD on sort of standards in around AI. You've been very active working with governments also on questions around getting an AI strategy. If not, this is not to reduce it only to a sort of a China versus the West, but I think, frankly speaking, globally, there are very different values around AI, and it's not only between sort of China and the West, but globally, different approaches to it, very different stages of maturity, different approaches to data privacy, data protection, security. How does NVIDIA navigate that? And what do you think, in order for your products and services to ultimately deliver better AI, what are some of the asks that you have, and maybe not only on behalf of NVIDIA, but the full industry, to fully unlock the potential of AI?
Absolutely. That's a very important question with the current situations and the differences between each nation's acceptability to AI and resistance to AI and things like that. And two great points that you mentioned was around standardization and then the investments. And in fact, it's these two things that can bring about that act as a catalyst. So around standardization, NVIDIA is involved in Global Partnership for AI and Global Partnership for GPSDD, so Global Partnership for Sustainable Data Development. These two are international collaborations for responsible use of AI, and then best practice on data sharing around building sustainable solutions, right? So these are, and then the OECD, which are all three great examples of having that international collaborations and delivering and building responsible AI and good, better, best practices around policy and frameworks and regulation. And NVIDIA participates in those as a technology enabler. So we are the technology enabler for different industries such as manufacturing or healthcare and transportation to build their solutions on top of it. And we basically provide some of the, from a technology standpoint, provide some of the algorithms around explainable AI, for example. So you can double click into a model and see, figure out like why that decision was made. So that's from a technology perspective. As a technology enabler, it's important for us to focus on that, and we invest a lot of research. Our big chunk of our workforce is engineering and research. And so there's a lot of investment that NVIDIA, in fact, makes in research and development, and we collaborate with academia, with universities, as well as we have this ecosystem engagement for AI startup ecosystems and all of that. So I think that's a very essential point in terms of investments in innovation in research and development, and NVIDIA has been very active doing that, and it's a great recommendation there. And then standardization as well. So I think those are the key elements there, how NVIDIA has been internally adopting those as our own best practices to navigate this situation.
Great. Elena, let me turn to you. Is it easier for Ericsson to work on AI out here, given the environment, the ecosystem, the regulatory environment? Or is it equally easy both in the European Union, sort of based where you are in Sweden, and out here? And maybe talk a little bit about, as a company that is both places, how do you see the ability to adapt to AI, use your products, develop innovation around it?
I think what's interesting when developing any new technology, be it 6G, AI, AI-centric 6G, is the proximity to the academic and innovation community that we have in the area. So I think the decision to have an AI hub here at Ericsson was a conscious decision to be very close to this ecosystem, because it's a lot of things happening on the academic side, and we have collaborations with the academic side and also with other partners, NVIDIA being one of them, where you kind of bring the innovations into the business very quickly. Having said that, obviously it's a global company. It exists in many different countries, but somehow the pace of innovation when it comes to software developments and AI developments, it goes so quickly. So you need to be really on top of it and probably co-create together with academia. So that's the main reason. In that sense, it is easier here.
I want to see if there's any question from the audience. We do have a few minutes. If one of you are desperately wanting to ask the panel anything, or disguise a comment as a question is also an opportunity. We do have one over here, and we have a young man here who would like to run with a microphone. Voluntold.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robert Strand with the University of California, Berkeley, at the Nordic Center. I heard when you asked the question before about more or less regulation, I heard a gentleman raise his hand, different kind of regulation. Could you offer your reflections? What is the different kind of regulation that we should be going for with respect to AI?
Okay, so maybe, Geert, if I can start with you, how do you think what is a different approach that we're taking to AI regulation today than maybe we did some years ago?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, again, we need to take an integrated approach. I mean, one of the key challenges that the European Union has is because we don't have these very big platforms that exist here in the US, is we do not have kind of places where there's a lot of data centralized available, and we have distributed data in the European Union. So we need to kind of create ways, and that includes also some regulation to inspire confidence that companies can actually share. They are incentivized to share data, because again, AI, if you have very limited data, AI is not as useful as it can be if you have huge mountains of data. So the Data Act, for example, the Data Governance Act is very important. Privacy is very important. I mean, as we are going to be making more use of AI, I mean, we're going to use more data that includes like personal information. So how are we going to be able to kind of protect that personal information? Well, we have the GDPR in place. We need to kind of make sure that we have the infrastructure in place. I mean, we need to have the rollout of the networks, the deployment. We need to have the supercomputers in the European Union. So it's a whole constellation of initiatives. Some of it is funding, others is policy, is encouragement, and the third part is regulation. In terms of AI, we don't regulate the technology, because if you start doing that, then kind of before long, you're behind the curve. And so what we do regulate are processes that ensure that kind of the companies that are deploying AI have thought through potential harms that the AI can cause. How about my data? Is there potentially any bias in my data? Very important question, because if the data is biased, the recommendations that come out of the AI, I mean, we talk a lot about generative AI, for example. I mean, interestingly, we had a group of MEPs in town, and we took them to OpenAI, which is fascinating. I mean, I was stunned to hear there are only 370 people working there who are creating this massive hype around the world. And so what we asked is to do a little profile on these 7 MEPs. Who are they? What have they done? Push the button, out came the information. It was almost all wrong. I mean, the names were more or less right, but what they'd done in the past, some were kind of saying you had been a minister, other had been on kind of in business, even their birthdays were wrong. So also let's kind of not assume
that all of the information that comes out of the AI is information that can be trusted. We also, as users, as citizens, we need to become more skeptical, because we have this kind of attitude that something that comes out of a machine, out of a computer, can be trusted. A lot of the information cannot be trusted. I did a podcast with Vint Cerf last week about AI, and he said he had his obituary done through ChatGPT. And of course, his obituary was all wrong. They credited things to him that he had never been involved in, and the great things that he had done, kind of helping to kind of create the internet. I mean, they credit it to other people. So I think generally we need also much more literacy in these areas. So in terms of regulation, we need to kind of regulate certain processes, and it is not just about regulation. I think if there's one piece of advice to companies is don't just look at the regulation and say, how can I best comply? Think about, adopt a mindset and say, how can I do something that actually is a positive? I mean, I avoid, say, the negative harms, because if I can do something that kind of is good, I will do well. So it requires a different mindset. But so what we put in place are some checks and balances, where if you are deploying high-risk AI, like in healthcare, giving people particular recommendations about if they have a disease, maybe cancer, this is the treatment that we propose. Maybe in financial services, if you ask for a loan or a mortgage, very important in recruitment decisions that you check that the processes that you have in place lead to fair outcomes, and then you document. Because of course AI is not static, it continues to develop, it continues to improve. That seems to be pretty common sense if you do this in this way. So we don't regulate the technology, we regulate the processes around it that make people ask questions. If I roll out this technology, what can it do? Can it potentially create harm? And how do I then mitigate that?
Excellent. Lila, while you spent most of your time developing really smart sensors, it sounds like you also had a lot of thinking about the regulation and the trade-off. Just as a question before, and maybe next sort of concluding comment, are there any other aspects of the regulatory part about AI that you think that we haven't really touched upon, or that in the US, in the EU, or globally, that you think this is something we ought to look at that we're currently not dealing with?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, so first, we've had an opportunity to take advantage of because of some of the regulation. For example, even in EU has been a benefit for us in business because of privacy. So we see that we win some business because of that regulation. I think I'm going to try to, because I don't know exactly how to address that, but how do we sort of capitalize, or some of that was mentioned here, because of the size of the different countries, particularly in Europe, what we can do in regards to make sure that we can aggregate more data. And I'm going back to sort of China to, because, it's a race, like they're expecting that China will, be dominating in AI over the next decade. That's the sort of the fear. If you look at any white paper or look at any discussions around AI, but when we talk about what we can do within the sort of the European countries, for example, and even within US and Europe, and creating these tight alliances, which is very important, so we can aggregate more data. But the key also for consumer to be willing to share this data is the transparency in how we're using these data. And we can talk about powerful chipset and excellent infrastructure, but in the end of the day, if you are comfortable to share, because it's I travel also a lot between the US and Europe, and every time I go to a website in Europe, I have to approve everything will accept these 300 cookies. But I think, yet again, you don't know as a consumer how your information is being used. And so before you're willing to give even more data, even though, in general, like in the Nordic countries, at least you trust the government somewhat. But I think there needs to be more transparency around, way more transparency around that. And how to do that exactly, I don't have the solution. Maybe we can find an AI program to do that. But yeah.
Yeah, actually, I want to make a comment there that as a technology enabler, there are ways called federated learning, which actually allows for data sets to be shared while yet retaining the personal parts of it, but yet benefit from the parts that can be shared, and that's called federated learning. So actually, there is a little bit of technology that can enable that.
Yeah, but how the consumer needs to also understand that to be able to, because it's like you don't know where it ends up, and I understand that we might not be concerned about AI from China, that people won't use it, but let's face it, if it is better, if it is cheaper, okay,
So to conclude this session, let me try to wrap
It meets
up.
the conditions of the European Union, not because it's cheaper or better. It needs to meet the regulatory conditions in the European Union.
I understand that. I'm talking about.
See, this is how a good panel ends. When you want to ask really tough, gnarly questions about how to regulate probably the most powerful technology in my lifetime, you can't cover it all in 40 minutes. And thankfully, I want to, first of all, in 30 seconds, we're going to give a big applause to these incredibly wise people for spending their time with us today. And for those of you out here who are still working on this big issue, I heard trust. How to create trust not only in the systems and the technologies and the collaborations, how to build stronger collaborations, cooperation, alignment across these issues, checks and balances, consumer awareness. And I think all in all, a good reason for the Bifrost Summit to meet again in 1 year and maybe take stock on where we are. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to all of you trying to do the right thing and make technology, particularly AI, really solve big global challenges. And at the same time, thanks to all of you who are working on, whether it's on the investment side, on the regulatory side, on the infrastructure side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please have your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to represent our next speaker. As so is, there is a Finnish business delegation here, led by Sauli Niinistö, the Finnish president, the president from the Republic of Finland. Thank you, the stage is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to meet you here today. It has been tremendous experience to visit California and San Francisco in this beautiful sunny weather. We are living very challenging times, and now I do not mean war in Ukraine, which is brutal, crucial, and surely challenging all of us. But I mean a couple of different kind of procedures or processes which we are facing. One of them is, how would I call, power play between the big nations. And I don't know whether you have heard Chinese foreign minister's comments today, but it seems that the wording is getting tougher. And in power play, surely the aim is to win the others or the other. Another process, which is most important for all of us, is climate change and how we can stop climate change. It's a totally different process because you don't find any particular individual winner in that. It's a common good or a common path if we let it go further. Why I take these two elements is that before Ukrainian's war, we saw that more and more nations were worried about climate change. We saw Paris Agreement. I was in Glasgow, and it seemed that we can globally see the common good. But now when things have gone more complicated, it seems that this power play is taking more attention, and in the same time, willingness to cooperate on common good is diminishing. And that's a very worrying process which we are facing. I do believe very much that maybe even both problems, both processes could be solved if we find each other's. First, working further against climate change, and then noticing that, well, we can do together something. Why not do a bit more together and try to avoid any crucial things taking place in our relations, of the big ones. I referred already to now I go more to climate change, to Glasgow. I met Sir Nicholas Stern there. We all know that he is an activist for 20 years at least, trying to wake up us to see what's taking place. And his observation was very interesting. He namely said that the private sector has now taken the place of forerunner instead of public sector. And this leads automatically us to think that the interest of private sector and public sector seems to be very similar. And that's why I have a business delegation with me, mostly or very much working on digital world, on renewable energy, whatever, trying to discuss about this with American counterparts. But that needs a new kind of attitude to accept that public sector is not necessarily always the first one or always saying the right things, but we have to understand that private sector is, and I guess will be, a forerunner in this. The Nordics, European northern countries, I guess we are well known that we very rapidly take and utilize new technologies. And thus we have been seen as kind of, well, ability to solve problems is high. I find here in California similar thinking. You're also here, forerunners, and it's most natural that the Nordics and California try to cooperate as much as possible. But I come back to this global circle we are facing. The only way forward for mankind and global is to try to find more in common, less something which separates. And the direction at the moment is not at all best possible. I do my best, and I know that I have many colleagues doing their best. I just talked to Governor of California. Many of us think that we have to do better in public sector, in politics. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I wish that you find here good solutions. So it would be public, not only public sector, doing solutions. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, President Niinistö. So, we are now at the final point on our daily agenda. And to guide us through the discussion is Laura D. Tyson, a distinguished professor of the Graduate School of UC Berkeley, Haas School of Business. She is the co-chair of California Governor Gavin Newsom's Council of Economic Advisors and shares the Bloom Center for Developing Economic Board of Trustees. Tyson has an impressive resume, including serving as chair on the Council of Economic Advisors and directors of the National Economic Council under the Clinton administration, as well as being a member of President Obama's Council on Jobs and Competitiveness. She is also a member of the board of directors of several prominent companies, and Tyson is the co-author of the United Nations report on women's economic empowerment, Leave No One Behind. So please help me to welcome Professor Tyson. Sorry.
So thank you all. As you know, there has been a sort of change in the schedule over time. So this was really meant to be a panel and a panel discussion with the President of Finland and also with the Lieutenant Governor of California. So I don't really want to take up a lot of your time. What I will say is a couple of things. Number one, California is very engaged in global leadership in climate. That is well recognized. California's been a global leader in climate for decades, actually, going back to environmental policy and breakthroughs through today. And if you look at the size of California as an economy in the world, regularly 5th to 6th, something like that, maybe 7th now, but big. And we spend equivalently on climate as a nation state. And we spend much more than most other states in the United States. And we have a multifaceted climate policy. So there's a lot of innovation, I think probably some in this space, of California companies in the climate space. And as the president mentioned, there is more and more evidence that the private sector is leading on climate. It's leading on the technology and also on the financing, because essentially the magnitude of financing required to meet that shared challenge he talked about far exceeds what the public sector any place can do. It is mostly going to be the work of the private sector, and it's mostly going to be those investors who really want to invest in the technologies to move our climate technology from a small startup idea to scale. So the John Doerr book, which probably many of you interested in climate read, this notion that we need to speed and scale. But to speed and scale, we need not just the technology. A lot of the technology is already there, amazingly enough. But how do we speed its adoption? And how do we scale its adoption? And that's a finance issue. That's an investment issue. That is the financial institutions and the individual investors and the assets under management. We have to move that money forward to speed and scale. And we have to do it in ways which finance the developing world as well, because much of the problem has to be addressed in the developing nations, and they do not have the financial resources to do this. So another thing that Nick Stern mentioned today by the president, very important study done for the last COP meeting, where they kind of lay out the financing challenge, and they lay out the dimensions of the financing challenge in terms of place. It's not just the overall amount of money, but where is it going to be invested? So for those of you who came thinking about climate, and I know there were some presentations this morning, and I'm sorry I missed them, I would say that is a kind of topic that had we had the panel, I really would have been emphasizing the importance of investing. So let me just say I'm happy to take any questions, but I also want to take this opportunity to give a little pitch for what's going on at UC Berkeley. I mentioned I heard that there was a Stanford project here. We do have a Nordic Center. We do have a Nordic Center at Berkeley. Yes. Yes. And we have a very important person who helped make that possible here, Barbara Osher. We have the faculty leader of the Nordic Center, Robert Strand. And Robert is developing a platform to connect businesses with businesses in the Nordics to all of the wealth of knowledge and content and talent and technology at UC Berkeley. So I just want to make that pitch. Robert, do you want to say a little bit about the opportunities for this Nordic Center and you all in the audience?
Thank you, Laura. And Marcus, you have done a fantastic job today, and there's a lot of balancing going on. But I have to say you made one gross error in the introduction of Laura Tyson and all these very weighty and lofty, important titles and all the work that Laura has done. She also used to be my boss, Marcus. And that is very important for the Nordic Center, because at the great University of California, Berkeley, we have established this Nordic Center, and that doesn't just happen. We need folks out there in the world. We needed Barbara Osher to say, I believe in this, to support this. And we needed Laura Tyson behind the scenes to say, yeah, we should do this. We should allow and create the space here. And we believe that Berkeley, which was co-founded by Nordic-born Peter Sather, is the right place to shine a bright global spotlight on the Nordics. I have to work on my speech a little bit, because I was actually building for more of a climax there, and I was hoping for the applause in just a little bit. So give me a little bit of applause in just a moment here, because What we're doing at the Nordic Center, we're building this platform. We're leveraging and collecting the resources that are at the great University of California, Berkeley, shining a bright global spotlight on the Nordics and building bridges. And this summit is a great example of the kind of bridges that we need, and we also need institutions to support that. And the final thing I'll say on that too is that our students want to work for your companies. Our University of California, Berkeley students, when they describe the kinds of companies that they want to work for, they describe the typical Nordic company. I want a company that believes in sustainability deeply, that has work-life balance, that doesn't have such hierarchy, but where my ideas can actually be shared. So see us also as a great connector of talent. We've got great talent here in California at the University of California, Berkeley. So Laura, thank you for your continued support on that. And please see me. My nickname, Barbara gave this to me, it's Mr. Nordic. And my email is also mrnordic@berkeley.edu. Yes, indeed. Shameless branding there.
Thank you, Robert. And I really think you're free to go, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about the Nordic Center, climate policy at UC Berkeley. There's a lot going on in there. I also am part of the Governor Newsom's Council of Economic Advisors, and I mentioned all of the various policies in the states, some of which your companies and your organizations might be interested in learning more about, or maybe you already know, but there are a lot of opportunities to partner in the state in the green transition because of the policies that the governor has put in place. So thank you, everyone, for coming. And I think Marcus, we owe Marcus a round of applause because he's had to handle a changing agenda and does it with great grace. So thank you, Marcus.
This is for you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Nordic.
Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. We are now summarizing and rounding up this great conference and summit. So as this year's Bifrost Summit comes to an end, I want to take the moment to thank the entire team that has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conference a success. So could I please have Paula and Arash, could you join me here? Our project managers. And of course, give it a big hand to the entire team. We have Paula, we have Arash, we have Niklas, Annie, Harti, Nelly, Kirsten, Stina, Eric, who's done all of the slides and making sure that you've been on time. Jennifer, Christine, Karina, Katja, Åse, Sara, Anna, and many more. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So also, I want to thank our wonderful speakers for sharing their insights and experiences with us, and all of you for being such an engaged and devoted audience. And finally, I want to express my gratitude, of course, to our sponsors and partners for their support and commitment to advance the conversations around the important topics discussed at Bifrost Summit today. Well, I don't want to stand between you and your drinks. So even if this summit now comes to an end, the networking starts now. So please feel free to reach out to us and the team, engage with each other, and of course, make sure to connect with the 23 companies that we have with us this year. We also have 7 side events. So if you're not done with conferencing after today, please join us at any of our 7 side events, and you can find them at bifrostsummit.com. So thank you all for being a part of this amazing event. We look forward to seeing you at Bifrost Summit next year. Thank you.